All right, well, the room went quiet, so welcome. We are glad you're here with us this evening. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Item 1.2 is, 1.3 is approval of the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye, and the agenda is approved. Item 1.4 is a presentation. Receive a presentation on a request for consideration for a 4-day school week. This is a non-action item. Who are our voices? They're going to start. Thank you. Welcome.
All right, we do have a PowerPoint to go with. I'd just like to start out by introducing myself. I'm Tanya Spencer. I'm a first grade teacher at Grammar Number 2. We'd like to thank you for allowing us to speak to you and the community this evening. We would like to begin by stating the why of our plea. Teachers and staff are exhausted from the increased responsibility from the lack of certified teachers and the lack of substitutes. This is currently recognized as a national crisis that affects children, teachers, and families. We would like to clarify that this is not about receiving an extra day off. Rather, it is about finding ways to retain and recruit qualified educators. New and veteran teachers are less likely to move to the middle of nowhere. That would be Elko, Spring Creek. If there aren't any incentives. So we want to try and give them incentives, especially if the district does not have the money to increase salaries. Taking this action would greatly support the students in our community by providing a more thorough education for many, due to the fact that they won't miss so much instruction on Fridays. Oh, let's see. Yes. Additionally, it would provide extra instruction time per class for middle school and up. And because our biggest concern is for our students' mental health, having less chaos on our most vacant day allows for more emotional stability. One thing we really hope to prevent is going back to the hybrid or virtual model. So that's probably one of our biggest fears. We know that some parents out there are thinking, we just want the 3-day weekend. We don't know what to do with we don't know how to get a sitter. It'll be a lot less detrimental if we have to go to virtual or hybrid is what our thoughts are. All right, so benefits and challenges. We have put together some benefits and challenges that we may see with the 4-day school week. For the substitute shortage, Friday is the most prominent day for a staff shortage due to travel, sports, and appointments. Because many of our reliable substitutes are in long-term positions, it has become quite challenging to obtain a substitute when requesting a day off, especially on Fridays. Attendance, many students miss Fridays due to sports or performing arts, which oftentimes include the siblings of those performers. Being on a 4-day school week would mean that attendance would be better, which brings us to the topic of extracurricular. This would include our students who are in sports, speech and debate, FFA, etc. Missing Fridays often, every Friday for many, means that students miss out on valuable lessons and have to make up their work from those Friday lessons. This can easily lead to students being ineligible and prevent them from pursuing their passions and possibly build up a resentment towards school and staff. Financially, although probably not a humongous savings, the district has the potential to save some money on utilities, food, and fuel, which may provide funds to hire additional staff members. Increased morale and mental health, better work-life balance for teachers and students, more days to prep and plan, additional resting days for students and staff, which we all need after dealing with the extra work and chaos that has hit us with the teacher and sub shortage. It allows for the older students to work and contribute extra effort to their extracurricular activities without worrying about that work they are going to have to make up. There's less chaos and increased consistency. There's a more fluid routine and more effective instruction due to less transitions and adding extra students to the classroom, which we'll go over throughout our presentation. All these will be hit a little bit harder. We just want to give everybody an idea of the why. Teacher recruitment. Take Carlin, for example. Many teachers in Carlin took a job in Carlin because they're on a 4-day school week. That's one of those things where they travel from sometimes Osino, Elko, Spring Creek, just to go to those 4-day school weeks. So we do believe teacher recruitment would be a big thing for a 4-day school week. Teacher retention. Teachers are more likely to stay with a 4-day school week than a 5-day school week. Although it is not within our scope of professional capabilities to solve all of the challenges, we have put together some possible solutions for our challenges. Childcare needs. Families can take advantage of many resources already available in our community, such as Boys and Girls Club, which we have discovered they'll be open from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. Use extended family, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and now, if we are on a 4-day school week and those students who don't attend sports or any of those performing arts, they can hire high school students probably at a less rate than, than an actual regular babysitter. The food insecurity. Again, we're just giving some solutions. Schools can send home food on Thursdays for the families who really need it. And community and schools may be able to help as well. As for the hourly employees, we sincerely care about all of our staff, certified and classified, and want everyone to be considered. We do not want anyone's hours and benefits to be cut. Because we are only teachers and not the administrators, we would need to pass this on to the board members and the administrators to really find the solution. But we do assume with several of our other schools within the school district, they already have a plan set in place for that. Fortunately, our school district already has many of our outlying schools on a 4-day school week. So again, we just would assume that you guys would be able to decide what was best for them.
Good evening. My name is Chad Fesemeyer. I'm speaking on behalf of my wife, Milena Alberti Fesemeyer. She has a prior commitment. So as I stated, I'll be speaking on her behalf. Dear board members, as the school year grows closer, there are many concerns on the minds of administrators, teachers, parents, and students. One of the biggest challenges, will there be enough teachers? If so, will the child's classrooms be overfilled, and will my child not receive enough one-on-one opportunities? One idea being proposed in a 4-day school schedule is a 4-day school schedule, I'm sorry. As a mental health professional, I have looked into the data of a 4-day school week, but no data to support either side, as there have not been enough years for any district to point strongly one way or the other. Both sides have strong arguments. With that being said, below are some reasons why I'm in favor of a 4-day school week. From a mental health perspective, as well as a parent to an adolescent attending Elko High School. As a parents of a 3-sport athlete, my children in the past and presently, my last child attending EHS, not only has to miss all of his classes on Fridays to participate in a school function, he also misses time with the teachers, their instructions to many subjects, and also has to find time to make up for all the missing assignments. This adds a lot of stress and strain to him. Stress is a huge factor for many kids and staff. Not only will he not have to make up the extra work and be stressed, but this would reduce staff from having to accommodate all the absentee students on Fridays. As this is one example of a student that misses a lot of Fridays, many other students miss medical appointments, display fatigue, develop illnesses, and or other extracurricular activities. As a therapist currently practicing in the community and has been servicing Elko County in the mental health field for over 4 years, I can share with you that many kids have to be pulled out of school for doctor's appointments and mental health appointments. The increase in mental health services since the COVID pandemic has doubled in most facilities, if not higher. I can share that myself and other mental health professionals have seen an increase in our youth, and teachers and guidance counselors and other staff servicing our youth has greatly increased. Many have talked about finding a career or early retirement due to the high demands and stress placed on them daily. Many of them shared with me that they are at their breaking point with limited resources, higher work demands, and less one-on-one with students. I am in support of the 4-day school week as I believe it will produce happier kids, increase student attendance, and increase in satisfied employees, which in turn increases recruitment and retention with teachers and increased time for families. This is another benefit, as many families in our community have a diverse work schedule, and I believe that most can accommodate our 4-day schedule. It is always difficult to make big changes, especially when they affect our youth. This is a community issue. If this goes through, I hope parents, stakeholders in our community, businesses, as well as the school district continue to brainstorm for wraparound services for the youth and families. Some additional ideas could be an online tutor program on Fridays for students that have fallen behind, food programs to assist a 3-day weekend, physical activities, art clubs, music clubs for our youth to participate in on Fridays programs, just to name a few. Thank you for all your time in this matter. Warmest regards, Milena Fesemeyer.
So I'm going to read a letter from Lee Zog, our counselor. She could not make it tonight. We just want to make a quick comment that Chad Francom, our PA, he was going to attend, but something had come up for him as well. All right, dear Elko County School District board members, I feel compelled to write this letter with the intent of helping you better understand the severity of the teacher substitute shortage and how this issue is impacting learning with our school system and leading to school or teacher burnout. I would also like to explain why a 4-day school week is an excellent option for addressing many of the problems that our district is currently facing. I am a school counselor within the district and have been an educator for 7 years. Since COVID, I have noticed many changes within the education system as a whole. But one of the most alarming changes since COVID has been the exponential increase in teachers leaving the field due to stress, burnout, underappreciation, increased demands, and in large part to protect their mental health. I have had many conversations with educators across our district who consistently concluded that the last 2 years were the most difficult of our careers, and it doesn't seem to be getting any better. My question is, what can we do to make things better in order to incentivize and retain the hardworking and amazing teachers that we have left? Teachers are in the foundation of the school system, and without our teachers, the education system will surely crumble. As the school counselor at our school, I, of course, assisted many students through their struggles, but as a first-year counselor last year, I was shocked at how many educators came to me to seek advice and share many struggles they were facing, many of which were due to the demands of the job. I witnessed teachers in tears numerous times throughout the year due to stress and anxiety caused by their job. Teachers' mental health has turned into such a prominent concern that our district organized a district-wide wellness task force committee to assist our educators. And while this has been a positive step within our district, it is the first step to a very massive issue we are facing. To state it simply, our teachers and other school personnel are burnt out, and the demands we are putting on them are not sustainable. Due to the increasing number of teachers retiring or leaving the field altogether, our schools have been left strained as we continue to do our best to provide a positive learning environment for our students. While I understand the school district has worked hard to hire long-term substitutes to ease some of the operational strains, the solution has not addressed the overall issue. We continue to lose outstanding certified teachers and are unable to timely fill vital, permanent, and substitute positions. The teacher substitute shortage is a major problem that needs to be addressed. I want to be sure that the board members fully understand the impacts on learning and increased demands on teachers that result from the shortage we are facing. Every week, our schools experience days where substitute positions are not filled, and therefore school administrators and secretaries are left scrambling to come up with a solution. Many times the solution is pulling specials teachers, an ELL teacher, paraprofessionals, the student counselor, and even the administrator to fill the vacancies. When this happens, which is nearly every Friday, students are not receiving their special class instructions. They are not receiving specific services such as ELL services or counseling services. They are not receiving adequate instruction because the last minute changes only create disorder. Another option we have when there is a lack of subs is to split the class who is lacking a sub and divide those students up into other grade level classes. This model disrupts routine, creates chaos, and ultimately negatively impacts learning among multiple classes for that day. A third option during these shorthanded days is to place several classes lacking subs into the gym with one adult, which is a recipe for minimal learning, unwanted behaviors, and disorder. When this occurs, it is a major disservice to our students. This disruption of routine not only impacts student learning, but it places a great deal of stress on teachers, secretaries, and administrators. While Fridays are not the only day that we experience a need for substitutes, they are certainly the most prominent day in which these issues arise. This Friday disruption is due to many reasons, but two of the major reasons are individuals that need to attend out-of-town doctor's appointments and travel for high school sporting events. As we know, our community's medical care does not always meet our needs, which forces educators and families alike to schedule doctor's appointments in surrounding areas away from Elko. Most of the time, these take place on Fridays because this allows for adequate travel time over the weekend. Many of our educators are also coaches and parents of student athletes. Athletic events are almost always scheduled on Fridays and Saturdays. For this reason, our coaches and parents of student athletes often have to get a substitute on Fridays, and our student athletes miss a great deal of instructional time on those days. As a former coach myself, I know how difficult Fridays can be. Friday game days greatly increased my stress levels as I worked hard for hours to write detailed lesson plans, only to find out that my class had to be split or covered by a coworker and the lessons weren't able to be taught due to the last minute solutions. I also watched my student athletes deal with the missed instruction each week, often resulting in them attending tutoring late into the evening on weeknights. This caused a great deal of anxiety for many of them on Fridays when they were missing important instruction. Not only are we seeing a huge need for substitutes on Fridays, but we also see a major attendance problem on Fridays. A majority of this problem stems from the same reasons mentioned above: doctor's appointments and high school athletics. Just as our educators often have to schedule doctor's appointments out of town, so do many of our families in the district. Again, families often schedule these appointments on Fridays for adequate time travel to extend their weekend in coordination with the appointments. As for sporting events, student athletes miss valuable instruction time on Fridays. Not only does this affect high school students, but it also trickles down to the middle school and elementary students. Many of these high school athletes have younger siblings who attend their Friday games with their families and therefore are absent on Fridays as well. Both of these situations, among others, result in a significant attendance drop on Fridays. When attendance is low, it makes it very difficult for teachers to carry on with their regular scheduled lesson plans. As you know, many of our educators who are facing these struggles weekly have come up with a solution that would alleviate our Friday inefficiencies. This solution is a 4-day school week. A 4-day school week positively addresses each of the issues stated and explained above. A 4-day school week would give families and educators a day each week to schedule their necessary out-of-town medical appointments. It would minimize attendance issues due to high school athletics and provide coaches and students a more worry-free weekend, knowing they are not missing school. I anticipate a 4-day school week would save the school district a great deal of money with one less day to run each of our facilities. Most importantly, though, a 4-day school week would positively address our sub shortage on Fridays, incentivize new certified teachers to teach our district, assist with retention of our current teachers who have shown nothing but commitment and loyalty to our district. And I personally believe it would have a substantial positive effects on the mental health of both our educators and students. A 4-day school week would do all of this while still meeting educational minutes for students and positively impacting student learning. Due to the current state of our school district and all of the circumstances mentioned above, implementation of a 4-day school week is essential to mitigating the teacher substitute shortage and improving the learning environment for our children. While I recognize this option does not fix every hardship that our district is currently facing, it would be a positive step in the right direction. And I have yet to hear any other solutions mentioned at this point. I would also like to point out that this solution is being presented by those who are going through these hardships daily, who are experiencing the effects of the state, our education system firsthand. Is a 4-day school week being considered by the school district as a solution to our problem? What other solutions are being considered to address this serious situation within our district? I think we can all agree that another school year full of teacher substitute shortages is not feasible or sustainable. We need a solution to this problem moving forward as our students' learning and teachers' mental health depend on it. Again, I strongly encourage you to consider moving Elko and Spring Creek schools to a 4-day school week. And if this is not done, then I'd like to respectfully request that you please clearly communicate what exactly our plan moving forward will be. Thank you so much for the work that you do for our district. I appreciate your time and consideration in this matter. Lee Zog.
How are you guys? I'm Chad Frankham. I work in pediatrics here in the Elko community. I've been for about 3 years. When they approached me about this subject, my partner, Dr. Sothauer, and myself had a conversation about this. Over the last 2 to 2.5 years, he and I have seen an increase in mental health that worries us the most, I think, with our kids and the amount of time that it takes us as providers up in caring for those kids, between anxiety, depression, and things such as ADHD that occupy a lot of our time and effort through the day that we feel like would possibly be decreased with the amount of opportunities to be able to have a 4-day week. A lot of the questions that have been used and shared today as far as being able to use that 5th day for part of a benefit for our kids, I think is something to look forward to. They've mentioned travel out of town, out of state for opportunities for well visits. I think that's something we see ourselves. Many times we see these kids only really for sports physicals, immunizations that are required. Otherwise, there's just not a lot of time to be able to get these kids in. And as parents, we've all been there and we feel my child's healthy. I don't really need to go unless I absolutely have to. And it just kind of gets put on the back burner. We're hoping that by doing this, it allows an opportunity for those kids to be seen yearly and regularly. And also an extra day, an opportunity for those that need the mental health services to be able to be available for that. Dr. Sothauer and myself have seen such a rise. We are in the process of, within our clinic itself, hiring someone that can work with us in the mental health field because there's just too much lack of option in this community, or the days are filled, or the hours are not available, and especially in this group here. There's a couple studies that are out currently in some of the rural areas for some of these school districts that have gone to 4-day work weeks. A couple of the interesting things that they brought forth, and again, as I talk about this, mainly we're seeing this in junior high school kids that it's affecting the most. An increase of attendance, improval of morale. It creates better behaviors and outcomes. It creates less stress for our kids. And in turn, it allows more time for sports, exercise, sleep, homework, and hobbies. And I think at times we may take for granted the sleep and the hobbies and the stress that our kids face, but over the last 2 years because of the inconsistency, not on the fault of any of us our own, but the circumstances, it has created inconsistency. And so for these kids trying to find a way to be able to give that within the classroom and opportunities around the area to be able to best serve kids. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Lori Lesbo. I've met with several of you. I am here to talk about the teacher shortage and a plea for help and understanding. It has become apparent to most people in the community that there is a distinct lack of seasoned teachers in the Elko County School District. Bless the hearts of the long-term subs who stepped up, because even with the subs, there are still positions vacant in our schools. At present, all teachers are trying to manage overcrowded classrooms. But it's even more challenging for the seasoned teachers because we guide these subs and create lesson plans for classes in addition to our own. Last year, as a mentor teacher for my school and grade level, I arrived at school at 7 a.m. and often did not leave until 7 p.m. This was 5 days a week, and I would also work an additional 8 to 10 hours on the weekend to keep up with my own personal classroom responsibilities. When you are a mentor for long-term subs, the duties you help them with are endless. I find myself teaching them the basics that every teacher learns when they attend college, as well as what they need for their individual classrooms. This often includes managing student behaviors, incorporating special needs, designing and implementing lesson plans tailored to their individual classroom, implementing and grading assessments, classroom setup, developing and supplying lesson materials, etc. These are just a few extra tasks that we are taking on, but there are more. In addition to these duties, I consistently met with the long-term subs to model lessons and adjusted the curriculum as needed. As teachers, it is our job to make sure that our students learn in the most conducive environment for their individual needs. To make a bad situation worse, many long-term subs have inflated class sizes, but the seasoned teachers had even more students and the most challenging behaviors. Because of the sub shortage, the special teachers, PE, library, music, art teachers, have been pulled and utilized as substitutes when we would have customarily prepared future lessons, graded papers, met with colleagues about questions or concerns, etc. Another problem that we experienced last year was the limited availability of substitutes, causing the division of classes in up to 30 students per class. This caused confusion and anxiety among students and thus affected their ability to learn. This happened district-wide in all grade levels. The behaviors that resulted from the chaos had to fall on our already overtaxed administration. Last year, our job was taxing mentally, physically, and emotionally. I, like so many committed teachers, have a lovely family that I rarely get to see. I have developed heart problems from stress, but I am not alone in listening to the other teachers talk about their stress levels and what it is doing to their lives. It is this reason many seasoned teachers currently leave the profession. Something must be done. A 4-day school week would be a great beginning. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Bauman, and I am the PE teacher at Mountain View Elementary. I would like to offer my insight into the 4-day work week from the perspective of the specials teacher. I teach every class in the school once a week. It is important for our students to get regular physical activity, learn the skills they need to be successful in sports later in schooling, and sportsmanship. In addition to my responsibilities at Mountain View, I also travel to Independence Valley to teach students there. In order to go to Independence Valley, I have to get a substitute to cover my classes at Mountain View in my absence. Each time I travel, I have to spend time preparing effective lesson plans, gathering equipment, and being ready to go to a different school to teach, while also leaving detailed lesson plans for a substitute to follow at Mountain View. The first few years that I taught PE were very manageable. The past 2 years have been considerably more difficult with the substitute and teacher shortage. Last year, my classes were canceled 30 times. There are 2 reasons for this. First, if I have to travel or take a sick day, I put in for a sub and either there isn't one there to pick up my job, or often I would have a sub, and when they showed up to the school, they were reassigned to another classroom. Those substitutes have voiced their frustration to me in showing up dressed and prepared to teach PE and then being moved to a job that maybe they didn't want to pick up. The second reason for my classes being canceled is when there are no substitutes for the regular classrooms. While I don't mind helping out when needed, it is frustrating to spend so much time preparing lessons only to have them canceled and my own curriculum suffers. And I feel guilty for not being there for my students and the other teachers not getting their prep time. This year is looking to be even more challenging. At Mountain View, we do not have an art teacher, which leaves us with 3 special teachers, and we have to pick up the slack. Because of the size of our school, we cannot accommodate all of the classes in the time that we have, so we will be doubling up on classes and have 50 or more students at one time. I worry about subs coming in and having 50 students at one time and not wanting to come back. We will have a set schedule 3 days a week and rotate our classes the other 2 days a week. This causes inconsistency and confusion for the students. How can they come to my class prepared with the proper clothing and shoes ready to be in PE when they don't even know what day they will be coming because it rotates every week? In addition, because of the lacking staff member that we have, I will be traveling more often to Independence Valley, and I don't see this as a sustainable solution. But like we always do, we will figure it out and make the best of the situation. I'm not worried about classroom management with such large numbers, but I am certainly concerned about delivering quality instruction with such a large group and not having enough equipment for all of those students at one time. Having a 4-day school week will help us alleviate the teacher substitute shortage by attracting new teachers to apply, more teachers to stay, and having more substitutes available to help us and lessen the effects of burnout for existing teachers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Reland Arrieta, and I am going to be reading a letter from Amber Johns, who I was able to work with at Southside, and I have known her since forever. And she was a hell of a teacher, and we lost her as a district, and it's sad. This is what she says. Good evening. My name is Amber Johns. I am a former Elko County School District employee who resigned at the end of this year. My resignation wasn't something I had planned nor wanted, as not only did I teach in this district, but I also attended area schools and graduated from Elko High School. My children also have and are students of the Elko County School District. So this district is very close to my heart. When I became a teacher, it was to give back to the Elko community, all that I had received growing up. Teaching for me is a passion. I love the kids, the collaboration between colleagues and learning new ways to teach. However, last year, that passion was dimmed. Teaching became more stressful. It became an endless tunnel that never ended. There were days I sat in my car in the teacher parking lot telling myself I could do this. I have colleagues that did the same. The lack of subs, not enough support for our students, canceled specials, music, library, media, PE, art, etc. Canceled special services, speech and SPED, no counselor available, taking on extra kids as well as interventions canceled, took a toll on our entire school. All these cancellations, disruptions, and inconsistencies in the learning took a toll on students both academically and emotionally. This last year was one of the worst years I have experienced in my 12 years of teaching. I've been teaching 21, and it was. She proceeds, this evening, we are here because a group of teachers are well aware that the teacher shortage, as well as the sub shortage, poses a huge problem for our schools. A group of teachers came together with what they believe is the best way to help the situation without disrupting the students' academic growth or emotional stability. A group of teachers who have experienced and witnessed how a teacher and sub shortage has greatly affected their school communities. They realize a magic wand waved through the air won't magically fix the problem. If it did, these teachers would have waved it last year. These teachers have witnessed the stressed in students who have had 3 different subs in 3 different days, have been split from their class due to no sub at all, multiple classes being placed in the gym to be monitored, thus losing a day of learning. Who are slipping academically because they have a long-term sub who has had no prior training, nor is receiving any kind of support from the district to help guide them to educate our children. The support they are given comes from the veteran teachers who stay late and come early to assure that these substitutes are prepared as best as they can be. These veteran teachers are also the same ones that mentor and support the new teachers. The 4-day work week is a solution to a problem that could become monumental. It isn't just to have an extra day off. It's to give families a day to schedule appointments as well as teachers. Having Friday off makes sense as it is the most taken day off between travel teams, FFA, HOSA, sports teams, cheerleaders, dance, families for long weekends, and teachers who are coaches, etc. For sports and clubs, that means a large group of students are absent, as well as their teachers who are the coaches. Elko fans are dedicated. So many families whose high school students participate in these events travel taking any younger siblings with them. This creates a trickle down effect into the elementary schools. Friday just makes the most sense for our district. Having a 4-day work week also looks enticing to qualified teachers outside our area. We need to bring in more teachers. We are teachers. Our jobs are to educate your children, the future of our country, and we don't take that task lightly. We want what is best for your children, for our children. They deserve consistent services and support. They deserve a chance at a great academic experience where they grow in their learning. It is time we start working together to solve this problem. All entities need to want to figure this out immediately for all those that this issue drastically affects. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shauna. I'm reading a letter on behalf of Terry Kellum. To the members of the Elko County School Board, my name is Terry Kellum, and I lived in Elko County for nearly 43 years. I attended Great Basin College and worked as a substitute teacher for 4 years. After receiving my bachelor's degree, I worked at Adobe Middle School, first as a long-term sub, then as a full-time teacher. I spent a total of 9 years there, teaching either math or social studies as different positions became available. I loved my job. Adobe was one of my favorite schools to sub at, and I was thrilled when I finally obtained a full-time position there. I'd always heard you either loved middle schoolers or you couldn't bear to work with that age. Well, I definitely loved my students. It was so satisfying to see their excitement when they finally grasped a math concept. And when I switched to social studies, I thoroughly enjoyed being able to use dramatic storytelling to bring history to life. I wanted my students to be able to think critically, and this led to some very lively discussions on class topics. My health was good for the most part, even though I was an older teacher. I had some scar tissue in my lungs from previous infections that caused a chronic cough, and I had a slight heart blockage that was under control. I was able to keep up with my school duties and had time to spend with my children and grandchildren. All of this changed when the pandemic hit. I know normal life shifted for everyone, and teachers were no exception. As I tried to keep up with the new demands of virtual teaching, my work-life balance became rather unbalanced. I noticed some physical symptoms at the beginning of the 2020-2021 school year. I was stressed about my chronic cough being mistaken for COVID, and I worried about how I would manage financially if I had to use all my sick days and potentially more time under quarantine. The stress led to poor sleep and a feeling that I could never quite keep up with all my responsibilities. I ignored the nagging daily chest pain I was experiencing until my daughter, who was at that time working as a nurse at a large hospital in Texas, came home to visit. She was frank with me about the level of stress I was experiencing and the potential danger of staying in my work situation. I listened when she said if things didn't change, I was likely to either have a heart attack or end up in the hospital with a lung infection. She knew my heart and lungs weren't the strongest to begin with, and my immune system was becoming weakened due to stress. I was constantly feeling run down and felt as though my health was in a downward spiral. It was not an easy decision to leave my job in November of 2020. I felt a lot of guilt for letting my coworkers and students down, and I truly did love my job. But at the same time, I knew I had to take care of myself first. I still have many wonderful friends who are teachers here in the county, and I worry about their health as well. The level of stress and their workload has continued to increase. Teachers are seeing more and more responsibilities piled up on their already full plates. Something needs to be done to address this and bring back some semblance of work-life balance. No machine can keep working at its maximum capacity for an indefinite amount of time without breaking down. And we certainly can't expect our teachers to function indefinitely that way either. I hope the school board will seriously consider implementing a 4-day school week to help safeguard its most valuable resource, its teachers. Terry Kellum.
Hi, my name is Whitney Boyer, and I'm a first grade teacher at Mountain View Elementary School. I'm here to share my experience as a teacher here for Elko County School District. I've written a letter to the board, and I have met with some of you to share my experience, and I've also shared that letter on Facebook with the public. However, the information that I have shared with you before, I felt like did not speak to the social emotional well-being of teachers and students right now. The teachers I know care for their students as if they are their own. I'm sorry, I'm going to try to keep together for this part. That means we feel as they feel throughout the day. We feel their excitement for their birthday party. We feel their anticipation for a family vacation. We feel the pride when they finally get that tricky math problem. We feel when they are affected by suicide. We feel the sorrow that they have when they lose a family member. We feel the confusion and the hurt that they get from abuse and neglect. We feel that everything that our sweet innocents feel in their life. As a part of this, that is a part of the job, and I wouldn't change it for anything because they need a passionate and compassionate person to share their struggles with for support. This part of the job is not going away. It's not the issue that is making teachers burn out or quit. The problem is the teacher and sub shortage that brings several different consequences. First, the special teachers such as PE and library are pulled to regular classrooms, causing others to lose their special or teachers to lose their prep. Next, additional students are added to classrooms with short notice, changing teachers' entire lesson that they spent hours spending to meet each of their students' needs. The numbers of additional students can vary from school or to grade level. In elementary, it can be 4 to 15 additional students in the classroom. In high school, it can be 3 full classes put into the gymnasium with 1 supervising teacher. Extra students change the classroom dynamic and create behavioral issues. Another consequence is special education aides who are licensed substitute teachers are being pulled from their current everyday duties to cover classrooms. Due to all of these consequences, teachers end up Due to all of these consequences, teachers end up not taking time off for their health, children's health, or support their families due to feeling guilty for the sake of their team members and their students. These problems negatively impact students' education, social emotional being, teachers' mental health, and ability to teach effectively. I would now like to educate you on one of the most important theories that teachers keep in mind when planning students. When planning for students. As I explain this theory, please think about the current challenges of education and how they affect teachers, families, and the community. As you can see, I have a diagram on the board. This is Maslow's hierarchy of needs, It's a theory that states 5 categories of needs that humans require. The categories are typically presented in a pyramid to show that each level must be fulfilled to work on the next. The foundational level at the bottom is physiological needs, including air, water, food, and shelter. The second level is safety needs, which entail personal security, employment, stability, resources, and health. The third covers love and belonging needs, which are met by friendship, family, and a sense of connection. The following step is esteem, which requires respect, self-esteem, recognition, and strength. Finally, the highest tier is self-actualization, where people have all of their needs met and feel as if they can grow themselves for the better. I hope you notice that the second level, safety needs, mentioned feeling secure in employment and having a sense of stability. A stable environment is not how I can describe my place of employment or the students' learning environment. Students and teachers don't know from one day to the next if they get to stay in their own classroom, if they get their special, or if they get to follow their regular routine. If new students come into their space, or if they get adequate attention from the teacher because they are trying to fulfill everyone's needs, including their additional students. Teachers don't know if they get to teach their lessons they spent hours planning based on their students' needs, or are the students going to remember the content from the last typical day? Are they going to get a prep that day? Should they drink less water just in case they don't get a bathroom break? Is the special needs students or students going to deal with the transition okay, or are they going to need some extra attention to help them through that change? I can go on with several more scenarios, but I think you get the point that stability is not found in the classroom regardless of everyone's best efforts. I have personally been affected by all of these scenarios and feelings this past year. So much so, I felt the need to go back to school for administration to help solve and support the teachers. Solve this problem and support the teachers. I fear that if we don't look for a solution to these issues, more teachers will leave and the students will be left with even more challenges. Please bring your attention back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If teachers are not supported and their needs are not met, we will be unable to teach effectively despite our best efforts. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Brandy Johnson. I'm not only the proud parent of an incoming second grade student at Mountain View Elementary, I am a teacher in Carlin as well. Over the last several years, Carlin has been on a 4-day schedule, and I believe going to that 4-day schedule has increased teacher retention and recruitment. This year, we have 3 new teachers on staff, all of which are fully licensed. We currently only have 2 long-term subs, both of whom are in the same position they were last year. The 4-day schedule keeps teachers in Carlin when they might pursue a different school within the district. Almost 70% of our staff are willing to commute from both Elko and Spring Creek. And a large part of that willingness to commute is because they enjoy our 4-day schedule. Not only has the 4-day schedule increased student attendance, but teacher attendance has improved as well, since teachers can make scheduled appointments on Fridays. The 4-day school week is a large part of why I stay in Carlin, and I'm sure that is true of many of my coworkers as well. I would love to see that 4-day school week adopted so that the district can be on a uniform schedule. As a parent of a Mountain View student, I have seen my own child and the staff have struggled over the past several years. This year, I'm shocked when I look around and see that over 35% of their staff are long-term subs or in an alternative road to licensure program. Almost half their staff are not certified teachers, which means those long-term subs have to rely on current licensed staff to plan their curriculum. Last year, there were never enough teachers to cover classes. At minimum, my daughter missed 2 or more of her specials classes a week because those teachers were either out or forced to cover another teacher's class. She missed countless days of instruction in those classes, and her teacher went countless days without any time to plan within her contract time to prepare for my own student. When the specials teachers were off covering other classes and no one was available for the remaining teachers who were gone, students were often moved into another class. As a teacher, I know that adding students into another class not only disrupts the dynamic of the classroom, but can cause a teacher to have to change their entire lesson plan for the day to meet the needs of the new additions. New additions they did not know they would be getting until the last minute. These kinds of inconsistencies negatively impacted my daughter's learning because Mountain View was also not able to replace some of their most needed teachers. My belief is that by moving to the 4-day schedule, this will improve teacher recruitment and retention. It will give teachers the time to plan effective instruction and miss less school for scheduled appointments. If none of these things move you, then think of it like this. Throughout the district, you would save tens of thousands of dollars a month not paying long-term subs on Friday. So take a look at the number of long-term subs in the district and think about how much money the 4-day schedule can save us. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening, board members and community. I've never been to one of these before, and it's very well attended. And I have to say to Tanya, her comment about we live in the middle of nowhere. We have just learned something new where I work at the hospital. In our recruitment efforts, we need to start saying we live in the middle of everywhere. We live in the middle of Reno, Salt Lake, and Twin Falls. So that's another tactic to start using. So I'm a parent of, well, I'm a parent of 3, but I've lost one who graduated from Elko High School last year. So he left me for Texas for an aviation program. But he went all years through Elko. And I have 2 more remaining, a 15-year-old sophomore at Elko High School. And I have a 12-year-old coming into Adobe. I myself and my husband both attended school in Elko, me from 2nd grade on, my husband from kindergarten on. We have seen and have become members of this community, including our teacher community. It's hard to live here and not know a teacher. I see a lot of them here. I see my kids' preschool teacher, like all of them. This is close to home for all of us, not even just the teachers. So I want to talk about just some key points. You've heard a lot of key points, I think, but maybe a different perspective on them. So some of the negative impact that I've heard about going to this is how it might impact some of the other workers in the school district. I read in the paper, for example, maybe kitchen or the bus drivers. I just want to implore you and remind you that the mission of Elko County School District, as I looked it up, was learning for all. That is the goal. That is what has to be the primary focus. And while I empathize with that situation, maybe for other district employees that are not providing direct education to our students, the good news is we have lots of work in Elko in lots of different industries right now. Retention. So retention is something I talk about every single day in my role as an administrator at the hospital. This is something that is impacting many industries. And there's a plethora of opportunities for these people to go work anywhere. So what makes us attractive? I think we've heard a lot about 4-day work weeks make it attractive for teachers when they're looking for their jobs. I see it on social media. I see it all over how many school districts are going to this method. I think one thing we have to be careful is if we're not nimble and we don't pivot quickly to this problem, the other places have already recruited them. They've already done the work and we're behind the 8 ball in trying to get them here. Because as you've heard from all of these teachers, they become very connected to the work that they do and the students that they serve. And so I don't think they take it lightly when they move from one district to the other. Another topic is strategy or a plan to put this in place. So also as an administrator, I think about all the work that goes into changing an entire program, because that's what I do in my work. But I think one thing that COVID did teach us, if we look at lessons learned, is how quickly we can pivot and change programs and try something new. This school district did it as well. It wasn't easy. It wasn't without work, but we did it when we needed to. And as a parent of children who I will have to figure out what to do with on Fridays, that's not a concern for me. I learned how to do it in the last 2 years when we had to pivot for those situations. I figured it out, and parents will figure it out. We will figure it out, because I think as parents, we have the same interest as our teachers in that they go and they're instructed by certified teachers who give them that education. So I'm willing to figure that out on Fridays. Another topic is other offered solutions. I heard that from the teachers that presented tonight. Really, if this isn't our solution, we have an obligation to figure out what will be, because it cannot continue, as you've all heard, in the same current state. One of my favorite mottos while working in the healthcare industry was the definition of insanity, trying to do the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. We know we can't keep doing what we've always done. In closing, I understand from my own challenges in administrative work that it feels like it's an uphill battle right now in this industry, in the healthcare industry, and there's nothing easy, and one solution seems to create 3 other problems. But we absolutely know we can't use what we've always done, and I would ask that you applaud these school district employees for their focused efforts and time they've spent, very obviously, in preparing solutions for you guys. It means you still have engaged, connected employees, and I applaud their efforts. That's the first thing in retaining people. If they're not even connected and they're burned out, it's too late. You have many great educators in the room. It's not too late for it. And last, I just want to say we have to keep trying new things to deal with the new landscape of these industries, or we'll absolutely be left behind. And education, like healthcare, is something we cannot afford in society to leave behind. Thank you.
If you don't mind, could you put your name on for the record?
I'm sorry. My name is Becky Jones.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Hi, everybody. I am just a parent, but yes, I'm just a parent. But I appreciate you all taking a moment to consider the benefits a 4-day week school program would have on our families and other families like us. My advocacy isn't solely based on the teacher shortage and how that issue gravely affects our students, but how the 4 days a week program would greatly help students and families traveling nearly 300 miles one way to seek vital medical care. The consensus is that missing just 1 day of school has negative consequences for academic achievement. We travel a minimum of 1 trip, 2 days a month for my cancer screenings, mapping, and surgeries. This means my kids miss out on school. Not everybody has friends and family that can help. And apparently it only takes 1 to 2 absences per month for a student to be considered chronically absent. And it's demoralizing for children like mine who work hard academically to see students rewarded for 0 absences when they desperately have no choice but to miss class due to their health or that of a family member, especially those seeking cancer treatments. In my case, surgeries can be done on Fridays, If we went to 4 days a week, their attendance and scores would greatly improve. As overwhelming as it is, we do homework for the days that they miss, but worrying about completing assignments or remembering to get their doctor's note to excuse their absence is honestly the last thing on my mind during those appointments and surgeries. With their diminishing attendance in mind, we try to travel home even after late appointments while the kids sleep in the vehicle, and it's not quality sleep. Then they're expected to behave and learn while being exhausted the following day. It's truly heartbreaking. We've been blessed with amazing teachers who use their own time, sadly, to gather homework packets for the arranged absences. Then, when the kids return, the teachers tirelessly work to catch them up on what they've missed during the kids' lunch and recess, which I'm assuming is teachers' lunch too. I'm sure it's a struggle to keep track of missing papers and grading late assignments, and online isn't always a usable resource. We've tried several times at several hotels to gain access to Google Classroom, but as a Elko County School District is a protected site, we've never been able to log in. With 4 days a week, the kids could use the extra day to catch up on assignments or even work ahead for the days that they're scheduled to miss. Teachers aren't looking for an extra day off, but rather a way to improve the quality of education for each child in their class. Fridays could be used for teachers to gather homework packets, grade assignments, update grades in the system, and also assess students' their needs and how to help them improve academically. I'm curious if parents are aware of how often their child's class is being placed in another classroom due to teacher and sub shortages. Combining classes increases the student per teacher ratio to an unreasonable amount. Occasionally, my child would be dismissed from a different area in the school. She couldn't recall the teacher's name whose class she had been in that day and had to sit on the floor because there weren't enough desks and chairs. I cannot see how this would be an easy learning environment for a 7-year-old. To me, it seems everyone is doing the best they can, teachers, staff, students, and families. But many Elko families could benefit from implementing the 4-day week program, especially those who are traveling for the kind of healthcare they simply can't receive here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And could you put your name?
I'm Chantel Moore.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
That was really amazing. I really love listening to all those letters, and I just want to commend my colleagues for their really, really hard work and the passion of our parents and communities about the educators and about our children. Our community is amazing, and I know that when we partner together, we can work together to solve this problem. So first of all, I just want to thank the brave teachers, parents, and students that have stepped forward to share their experiences as they relate to the teacher and sub shortage. I want to recognize the hard work of the women on this action committee. They've worked tirelessly to put something together to help solve the problem of our teacher sub shortage. Necessity is the mother of invention, and these ladies have been very creative and passionate about their goals for teachers and children. My name is Tamberly Jeske. I teach special education at Mountain View Elementary, and I am also the Wellness Task Force representative for our school. And I want to piggyback off of what Lee Zog said about the mental health of our teachers. It is very much suffering. And even our short-term subs have already come up to me this year and expressed some concerns about what it looks like for a short-term sub to present themselves in a presentable, a professional way to parents. They're scared. They haven't had the schooling that we have. And our other teachers have come and talked to me about the workload that they already have on their plates, hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of mentorship. And that's just not one or two people. That's a majority. And it's not just at Mountain View. It's at every school. And, my hats off to my colleagues. And I hope I'm an educator, but I'm a mom too. And I just hope we recognize the importance of what the real deal is here. And the real deal is not a 4-day school week. The real deal is we have a crisis situation for our students and our kids. We have a crisis situation for our teachers, and we've lost a lot. We're not quite sure exactly why everybody left. That's why I want to talk a little bit about a teacher survey. We think it would be really helpful to guide the discussion as we move forward. But I was personally impacted last year by the sub shortage. Unfortunately, both my parents passed at the beginning of last year, and I had to take a great deal of time off. As a special educator, I'm required by law to provide services and minutes to my students. If nobody's there, who provides minutes to my students? So, at a certain point, it becomes a legal issue that we really need to address. And not only that, the special population that I teach, they're more vulnerable to change. They're more, our Maslow hierarchy of needs. For them, it's bigger. We need to work harder for them to help them feel comfortable in a classroom. Often, many of them have behavioral issues. And so stuffing kids in classrooms, 30 first graders in a room. I taught first grade for many, many years. 30 first graders in a room is not conducive to learning well. And when a child comes into a classroom and they have no place to sit, what is the message that we're giving our children when they walk into a classroom with a teacher they don't even know and they don't have anywhere that they belong? I think that's kind of sad. I think it's really sad. And I think our kids deserve better. And I think we can do better if we're creative about how we approach this. While I am actually neutral in regards to the 4-day school week, I am very passionate about supporting my teachers and supporting children. I'm an advocate for children and I'm an advocate for teachers. And so I'm really just passionate about raising awareness and solving the problem of the teacher and sub shortage. And I think our community and the people that have talked here have done an excellent job of raising awareness for us. We recognize, though, on this committee, the importance of getting to the root of this problem. And that is why I'm very happy and encouraged to report that we are working with Mr. Anderson and Mr. Krenka to be able to put out an exit survey for teachers who recently left the district. Our committee plans to use this data to guide the discussion and come up with creative, actionable solutions as we move forward to solve this very pressing issue. Indeed, we look forward to partnering not with just the Elko County School District and the school board, but especially with our community for the sake of our students and our children. So thank you for your time and listening to all of us and taking everything that we have to say into account. Thank you for understanding the root of why we're coming to you, and thank you for caring.
So in conclusion, this plea is for the retention and recruitment of quality teachers. This is in the best interest of the entire community. Our children's education and well-being are at stake. We do not have any more time to waste for these issues to resolve on their own. We thank you for listening to our suggestions on further educating our long-term subs. I met with Candace last April, and she is partnering with the college to get the long-term subs some training. And she also, I know, pushed for them to be included in RICE training. So there are some gains being made there. We understand there is more work to be done, and we believe it can be done by working together with partnerships between parents, teachers, business owners, school district personnel, community support groups, and the school board. We thank you for your time and your consideration and look forward to hearing your suggestions on next steps.
I just want to add one more thing about, just feed off of what Becky said, since she fed off of what I said about middle of nowhere. I just want to say that, she's right. You guys still have us. You still have so many educators, so many people that still care about, and not that those people who left didn't care. It's not that. It's that they care so much, but they can't, health-wise, they just can't keep up. So, I mean, I just think it's important to keep that in consideration that, I mean, not that I plan on going anywhere, or not that Lori plans on going anywhere yet, but we do have to. And I'm not saying if we don't change to a 4-day school week, all of us are going to leave. We're not saying that. We do have to come up with a solution, and we have to be able to find more teachers, retain teachers. So we do appreciate you listening to us tonight. And we hope that we can get our community to understand it's not just about having 3 days off, because I guarantee you, we are not going to be taking those 3 days off. We're probably still going to be there Friday and Saturday. So, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that is going to present? Okay, as this is on the agenda, I've got a couple people, and I'm not sure if I got everybody's names written down, but I do have a couple people that requested to comment. Now, did Whitney speak? Okay, all right, because I was scratching names, but and Tanya, right? Okay, and then Jamie Joggers. I don't think Jamie spoke. Okay, but this one maybe is not related to this one. This is in the wrong stack. All right. Okay. As this is on the agenda, this is a great time for the board to discuss. We cannot make a decision. It is a non-action item, but this is a great time to discuss, and we will discuss and probably have some questions for you as well. So I open it up to the board for discussion.
Madam Chair, if I may first, there was a email that came through that may also be prevalent at this time to read, and it came in late this afternoon. And I'm trying to find that one now. I believe it was from Amy Lesbo. And I guess it wasn't late this afternoon, it was 9:45 this morning.
It's not for public comment, or do you want it read now?
I'm
we've
not
got it
certain.
printed out.
I figured it was relevant to the 4-day.
We've got it printed out. She asked that it be read. So
Yeah, she followed up with
Susan
a
has
second
that one.
email stacked and it'd be read.
Let me get my glasses on here. Okay. This is from Amy Lesbo from Bronze Beauty Bar. It is my understanding that ECSD and the board wants to hear input from small business owners in support of a 4-day school week. I have owned and operated a salon within the city of Elko for 16 years. I have donated thousands of dollars over the years for fundraising to ECSD programs and athletics. Our salon employs 5 stylists, 2 nail techs, and an esthetician, all mothers with children in ECSD. During 2020, our business was deemed non-essential, and we were forced to close for 2 months. Financially, this was devastating. I am a mother of 4, all students of ECSD, and although we are a 2-income home, my income is much needed. When we were allowed to reopen, the community was amazing and business was awesome until ECSD decided in one day to go virtual. The fall of 2020, my personal business lost over $40,000 because of parents having to supervise their children during virtual learning. My salon staff also had major income losses due to having to work less because they had to be home with their children and clients' inability to leave their children unattended. The bottom line is our business hugely supports a 4-day school week. We cannot afford to return to virtual or hybrid learning, which has been mentioned by ECSD as an option for our teacher shortage. A 4-day school week will help relieve the pressure on our empty sub pool and make Elko Spring Creek more appealing to potential teacher candidates. I personally have had clients that are Elko Spring Creek teachers that have transferred to Wells and Carlin because of the 4-day schedule. All have said the drive time is worth the extra day of prep. This in itself proves that the 4-day schedule would draw more teachers to our huge vacancies. If we are losing teachers within Elko Spring Creek to our surrounding areas, then why aren't we looking into why? Why can Carlin, Jackpot, and Wells make it work, but Elko Spring Creek cannot? ECSD needs to begin critical thinking, as it is more than obvious we are in a crisis. The 4-day school week is a step in the right direction that can offer immediate relief to our teacher and sub shortage now. Yeah, I do have another one. You want that one too? Okay. Yeah. This is from Beth Hackney from Mountain View Elementary. Dear Elko County School District Board members, I know all of you have a difficult decision to make regarding our district. I teach 4th grade at Mountain View Elementary, and this is my story. In March of 2021, my husband had a major skiing accident in which he needed emergency surgery in Twin Falls, Idaho. I immediately put in for a substitute to cover me for several days, knowing that my husband would need my personal attention. My job was not picked up, and our music, PE, and art teacher had to come to my rescue. I was deeply saddened because I knew what this meant for our school. Students would not get their daily opportunity for their special, and also the teachers wouldn't have their time for planning instruction. We had to make many trips to the ER during this time and also back to Twin Falls for follow-ups, and the situation was the same. My jobs were not picked up and it fell on the special teachers again. Prior to this incident, I was out for 3 weeks for COVID in November of 2020. This situation was also similar to the first. The special teachers filled in my class. It's hard when we are unexpectedly out of our rooms for an extended time. It throws the students into chaos and out of routine. They are not used to the incoming teacher's teaching style. If we had a 4-day week plan in place prior, then I would have been able to make my husband's appointments on Fridays and not cause an upset within my school. I did my best this past year to not be absent. I went to work sick, knowing the outcome if I was absent. This is not a fix to our situation, but it will help alleviate the stress added to others within the teaching profession. Teachers have retired early due to personal health problems that have stemmed from the past 2 years. Our district can't handle losing more staff. We have successful 4-day models within our district to follow. Thank you for taking the time to read my letter in support of the 4-day school week.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, I would love to have that perspective. Thank you.
My name is Titan Kennedy. I'm a senior and a wrestler at Elko High School. School and sports have always come hand in hand, but most student athletes seem to fall behind in their classes when the sports season starts. I've been wrestling since I was 5, and my entire school sport life has been spent missing Fridays for tournaments and then coming back to school and missing a big test or lab and then having to spend lunch making it up. Having school on Fridays causes athletes to fall into a vicious game of catch up. My dad asked me if the school year would end up being longer if we do. But even if we did, that's not a bad thing. It leaves more time for practice, games, dances, and assemblies. Some parents and kids might think that 4 days a week is not a sufficient amount of time in school. I suggest that teachers offer virtual learning on Fridays for kids falling behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments from the board?
I'll go ahead and start out. I just want to thank each and every one of you for coming out and for the letters that you've sent. Seeing those come through, I think I've got contacted even a couple of weeks ago. I apologize with my travel and stuff. Things didn't work out, but I want you to know that I read everything that's come through and I've heard you guys. I come from Wendover. We're on the 4-day schedule, and I did ask around in my community. And between there and the investigation that I've done there and the investigation, and looking into these comments and talking to people, I really haven't heard anything negative towards it. And I do support us moving to a 4-day schedule as soon as logistically possible. I understand, though, that can be, we're the 23rd of August right now, and school starts on Monday. It's not the proverbial magic wand. So, but I just want you to know that I did hear all of you. I really don't have too many questions. I'm sold on it, and I feel like it would be good. I don't think it's the magic bullet maybe that we're looking for to save with getting teachers and retention and so on, but it's a step in the right direction, I think. So that's my feelings on the matter.
Thanks, Jeff.
We all know I'm gonna jump it in.
Hey,
So.
we have another. You have another. Should we set back an hour for you? Is it? I've met with many of you. Many of you are my friends. Many of our family, and I've read everything that's been given to me. I've even read everything on the book, online, and I can't find anything other than what we need logistically to do. So Biggest thing, which I ended the last time I talked with a group of folks, was just to bear with us right now. We're trying to make sure that we dot our T's and cross our I's, right? And we've got to make sure that's all done, and that's so that we can take care of you. You know, teachers are grouped in with doctors and lawyers because not just because they're professionals, but because they get to deal with the same mental stresses, dealing with folks, with the public. By most of those people that are in those fields, they love what they do. And so it's not necessarily dealing, but it takes time to be able to do that. And I remember when I first opened my practice 7 years ago, someone asked me, why are doctors closed on Fridays? And I said, well, have you dealt with 10 to 50 people in a day, all that have a problem that you are expected to solve multiple times a day? And they said, well, no. And I said, well, that's what doctors do. That's what teachers do. And that's what lawyers do. And so, you know, without going too far, I do support the 4-day. We just need to figure out how to do that. And I have 0 questions, everything that's been answered. So that's all I got. Now for an hour of math. I'm just kidding.
You ready, Susan?
Up to you. I can go after you. Okay. Thank you for your presentation and for all the work that you put into it. And I too met with some of you. I do have some questions. And I'm not opposed. I'm not saying I'm opposed, yay or nay at this point. My concern, you can always find articles that are for the 4-day week and some that are against. So that part, I mean, I kind of looked at things like, well, you can find whatever data you want with whatever your opinion is. So then I kind of talked to myself and said, okay, what is it? You know, first and foremost is what's the best for students and their learning. Not saying that you as teachers aren't important, because you are, but that's number one priority, is does it benefit the students? And you have listed some of those. For me, I would still like some data, if you will, from the areas that are doing it, because I'm hearing, oh, everybody loves it, but does that mean it's beneficial to kids? I don't, and I just would like to see some data from the other schools of, I know you gave some, and I did write it down.
I was gonna say, you're gonna be hard pressed to find data with COVID. I mean, we've had disrupted learning since the time we got to start a 4-day schedule in West Wendover and Carlin. And
Right.
So you're gonna have to give us time to even collect that data, because last year was our first year where we got full in-person learning from start to finish. And it's gonna take us time to recoup all that terrible learning loss our poor kids suffered. Even my own kid, I had to hire a private tutor, and thank God I found one, just to get my kindergartner to make sure she got what she needed. And that not everybody had that opportunity, but it's going to take us some time with COVID. There's no way for us to look and say, you know, yes, the 4-day school week is the reason for the rise in our test scores or anything, because last year was the first time our kids actually got to be in school full time for the most part.
And I do understand that Wells had a chance because they started in 2018. So there should be some data there to look at. I'm not saying data is the end all either. I just would like to hear a little more than just, oh, we love it. Okay, well, I love a lot of things, but it doesn't mean I love ice cream too, and that's not good for me. So, you know. Yeah. But, you know, that and like the Fridays, I think of absences, like, are doctors open on Friday for things? I'm sure they must be because I've heard a lot of, we could make our appointments on Friday. So I'm going with that. I gathered my own information, like I made lots of notes. For me, just looking into it, we can, and I could be wrong on this, but we can go to like a superintendent advisory committee and move it to that to move forward, because I know at one time with Spring Creek, I think that was, it was supposed to go to that, and then COVID hit, and so that kind of got stopped. So I don't know if that's the next step or what the process is. and like I said, there's lots of positives, and I like the fact that you're trying to come up with solutions. You're trying to think outside of the box, because I think right now that is exactly what we need to do. We need to think outside the box. And just because other districts are going to 4-day doesn't, like, it's what's best for our community. So I'm not against it. I just would like to see it, just the planning out, like the scheduling, like visualize some of that. Because for me, that's kind of what I need to see. And I'm not saying I'm sure it can work. I just would like a little more on that. You might want to come to the microphone just so other people can hear you. Sorry.
So if we as an action committee wanted to get that data, or whoever needs to get that data, if that's something that we wanted to put on our action item, would it be our action item? Would that be your action item? Would it be the district's action item? And if it was our action item, how do we gain access to that data?
I think it would go to the superintendent advisory committee, wouldn't it, CJ? I'm not sure that
Yeah,
process.
so we can talk later about it, but yeah, they can't actually take any action right now. So I think that was more of a call to you to come up with some data, recognizing that you are not an administrator in any school, therefore wouldn't have access to the data. We would be happy to collaborate with you. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Just
thank you.
let us know how we can help.
Your presentation, it says next steps on your slide up there. And there are a lot of next steps. I've heard presentations from all the schools that are in 4-day schedules right now. And this presentation was mostly emotional driven. And the other presentations that I've seen, they had bus schedules and class schedules and after school programs and what was going to happen on Friday, and the principal was involved, the community was involved. There was total buy-in, and so the next steps there's a lot of work to do, because there's a lot of schools involved in this. Where in the past when we've done it, there's been a combined school involved, or just the rural schools that have been involved. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and it's going to take a lot of work to get it done. And it's definitely not going to happen by next week. So I hope everybody understands that.
Can I jump in before he shuts the power off? Just again, on that point too, like I know I listed it, and I'm going to tongue in cheek. When I was rambling incoherently last board meeting, as someone liked to point out, I listed the many different things that go into that. And so whether you heard all that or not, I would be happy to share with you. And again, I was not here for any of those presentations. I was in 100-degree weather and 90% humidity when most of these schools started going to this change. So I did exist in that 4-day school week. So I have a lot of kind of personal knowledge of how that feels and what that takes. And so I'm happy to share that. But as far as the next steps, Ira's right, there's a lot. So you're welcome to sally forth and do and check that stuff out on your own. But if, again, just like I offered to help with the district survey and I offered to help with data, we are here to help with guiding you in those next steps as well, impartially, but guide you in the direction you need to go. So just making sure you know we're available. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your time and your passion as well, not only tonight, but to the district. I agree with Ira. It was a very emotional presentation, but being a teacher, as we heard, I think is an emotional career. And I appreciate that. An open meeting is not a safe place to ask questions, especially as a member of a board that has decision-making process. So I cannot be more clear in what I'm about to say. The questions I'm asking are not indicative of the direction that I'm going. They are not indicative of potential direction I may ask staff to go. They are not in any way to be construed as anything other than a probing, perhaps uncomfortable question. And I can't make that strong enough. And I hope that that meets the legals okay with where I'm going. So with that, I am also a numbers guy. I like data. I want to see data, but I can't be clear enough on this either. For me, test scores do not constitute the only measurement of success nor of learning. I'm not just looking at, did test scores go up or did test scores go down? Whole body learning, I wholly agree with, and just being able to recite things out of a book is not learning for me. So I want data, and it's not just because I want to see test scores. And before we get too much further into my questions, a friend of mine has recently taken to saying that we're past working harder. We're way past working harder. We're past working smarter. We now need to work differently. And I think that pretty much everybody agrees with that. There needs to be something different. So thank you, Delmo. I'm stealing that for you or from you today. So here are questions that I'm not expecting an answer to tonight, but that I've been going through my head, particularly as I prepared for this, but also as I've gone through today. How likely is it that we can schedule every game on a Friday or Saturday? Is ECTA or are ECTA and the other bargaining units prepared to meet us with some of the concessions, such as if we don't have to take Fridays off? When I say we, let me rephrase that. If educators, if our professionals, if our paraprofessionals, our staff no longer have to take Fridays off, are they just going to start taking other days off? Or can we start saying, let's reduce the number of days off offered unless there's an FMLA event or something along those lines? How do we ensure that just giving Fridays off is not now just going to move the ball to Thursdays, so to speak? And again, these are uncomfortable questions to some degree and not indicative of where I'm trying to go. I don't want ECTA thinking I'm trying to beat up on them. Josh had indicated, as Dr. Byers had indicated, that a lot of professional businesses are closed on Fridays. What happens to those that remain open if now we've just shifted from hopefully 5 days a week of parents, students, teachers, spreading it out through the week to now we've concentrated everything on a Friday? What does that do to the other clients? What does that do to the business? Are we going to be successful in those events locally? I get the out of town, that's fine, but locally it's going to have some impacts to our businesses. Again, this is an uncomfortable one. What's the bare minimum of instruction? What I mean by that is, what do we need from math and science? And what do we need from the specials? If we're already taking our specials out 2 days a week, what would happen if we said, we can't do specials and those teachers are now full-time teachers? I don't know the answer to that. I'm not trying to say that's where we go. I'm just asking the questions. Do we have data that Friday is the day that have most missed absences, especially in elementary school? Have the absences at the 4-day schools changed? I get that we don't have that data because we've not had normal other than Wells for half a year and a half maybe. Have they shifted to another day? Have there been other noticeable variations? What schools have the largest gaps in teachers? What I mean by that is one of the young ladies from from Carlin, and I'm trying to find your name. I do apologize. Brandy, thank you. Brandy or Brittany? Brandy. All right, that's why I couldn't find you. All right, so Brandy, thank you. You'd indicated that you only have 2 long-term subs in Carlin. What do the other schools look like? And is that, again, indicative that this is working, at least anecdotally, in the four-day schools. So again, just data that I'd love to be able to see. How many teachers, I also loved, Brandy, thank you. How many teachers travel more than 15 miles to a 4-day school that they work at versus how many travel to a 5-day school? I'd like to see if that's, again, it's anecdotal, but it could help. Would a year-round schedule help the situation? Do we consider that as a district? Again, just uncomfortable probing questions. How do we solve the problem? And I agree, it's not happening by Monday. It just is not happening. Could it happen after Christmas break? What does that type of timeline look like? And if not, if we have an actionable item by Christmas, will that at least give hope? Again, I don't have a lot of answers to those questions, and I'm hoping I didn't get myself into too much trouble, but those are some of the thoughts that I have that I'd like to see answers to. And we can't take action, but I would love to see on future agendas, perhaps with legal's advice, a standing agenda item, something along the lines of being able to hear reports back to and the ability to give direction back to staff as an actionable item with a very clear understanding that when we are ready to make a decision, it's not listed as that action item. Something along those lines, because I think we need to continue to have these discussions, even to the point of perhaps allowing a member of this board to be able to meet with teacher, parent, student groups and staff administration, because asking these questions in a public meeting has limitations, and being able to have the ability to work honestly and openly is difficult. I'm not trying to skirt the open meeting law, but we need to be able to find solutions. And it's our system of government sometimes makes it hard, and it makes it hard for a reason, but we can still come back to this board and the board can still have the decision, but we need time to be able to work through it. So those are my thoughts, and power's still on, and it's not yet 8 o'clock.
Could I add some questions to Matt's questions? I had, is there sufficient time for remediation? And what happens to typically your, how do I say, average, above average kids kind of go with the flow, things will be great. Where I think it could be a downfall, I'm not saying it would be, but a question for me is, our lower academically challenged kids, what happens to them? Because a lot of times they do fall through the cracks. So with this kind of 4-day week, what happens to them? That is a concern of mine. One thought I had was, why could we make Fridays some type of remediation day, even for high school, like those that are having problems, even in elementary? Maybe you take a group, you take the ones that need some extra help, you bring those in, and then you kind of rotate them. So everyone gets a turn with the teacher kind of having some tutoring at one point, but those that need it more have it more often. Just a thought. Just trying to think of something different. And same with, I've heard, oh, kids will have jobs, blah, blah, blah. How many of our Elko and Spring Creek High School kids have jobs, part-time jobs, full-time jobs, whatever? What is that percentage? I heard, I think from Brandy, about increased student attendance and teachers too. But what does that mean? Like how many, like put some data to that? Sorry, going along with Matt with the data thing there. I just worry about at-risk kids as well. And is there a flexible schedule? So if there's a Monday holiday and there's no school on Friday, so they're just going 3 days a week, or does that, like, how does all that work too? I don't know and I don't know how it works. So like Carlin, if there's a Monday holiday, do they go on Friday? Like,
They do,
okay,
yeah.
okay. Okay. No, I know the minutes are met. I just wanted to make sure, and maybe school goes longer and then you don't have longer days. That could be an option. I'm not saying that's the perfect, just thinking out loud. So those are some more questions I had from my list, but I'll be quiet.
Madam Chair, I apologize. I did have one more that I had forgotten to write.
We knew you did.
I knew, of course you did. Yes. Yeah, surprise. As I mentioned previously, the hourly employees are something that I have a concern with. And so another question that I had is the retirement impacted by hours worked or simply by income earned? Again, not trying to give direction, not trying to indicate which direction I'm going. But if we're cutting 20% of hours of our hourly employees, if we increase 20% salary, we don't gain anything, but they don't necessarily lose either. And is that something that we can do? Okay, I think I'm done.
I can just answer that question. Their retirement is based off of hours worked. If they work under a certain number of hours, then they're no longer benefited employees. So that's how that works. So
if we keep them above, sorry, so if we keep them above whatever that threshold is,
they continue to receive benefits and they continue to be eligible for PERS. Yeah.
but if we're still cutting that, then they're cutting the amount that's being input into the system. Therefore, I'm assuming it's cutting the amount that they would receive at the back end.
I think you're doing a lot more thinking than you need to on this. It's after they are not working X number of hours a week, they are no longer benefited employees. They're no longer eligible for PERS. They're
part-time.
If it were me, and I'm not saying, disclaimer, this is me speaking individually. If it were me and that happened to me, I'd go find, and I was 8 years deep into PERS, I'd say, well, I guess I'm not working for the school district anymore. I'll go get a job that I can get my hours where I need it and get PERS. I'd go work for NDOT, or I'd go work for the city, or I'd go, it's more than just losing 5 hours of pay times whatever your rate is. There's a lot more that you're losing when you drop below that threshold. So once they become part-time, they lose a lot. It's not just some income. It's exponential from that standpoint.
And so that level is less than 25 hours, I'm assuming?
I think it's, I can't remember the number off the top of my head. I'm looking for Cody. Where is he?
Cody's hiding.
Okay. I think, I want to say it's a silly number, like 19 and a half. Once it goes below 19 and a half, you're not rounding up to 20 anymore. Therefore, you're below halftime and now you're part-time. It's something along those lines, but we can get that for you.
And is that district policy, or is that PERS policy? Is that state? Is that federal?
That's PERS.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, Matt, anything else?
No, well.
Okay.
Quick, go.
All right, well, I'm going to say something. First of all, thank you for your kind, courteous, and thoughtful presentation. We love to have the input. We love how you have reached out and you've really just said, hey, we are not coming to attack you. We are all in this together, because we are all trying to figure out solutions. The last couple years have been terrible. Sitting up here in your chair, they have been awful. So thank you for looking for solutions and for reaching out to your community. I have several questions because, like Ira, I have sat here and listened to other communities present their 4-day request. And those communities did come with, here's the bus schedules, all those things Ira talked about. And I think it's important because Elko and Spring Creek has a whole lot more going on than some of our outlying schools. We have a lot of bus drivers. We have a lot of kitchen staff. We have a lot of secretaries and janitors. We have all kinds of support staff that when we talked about moving Spring Creek to a 4-day a couple years ago, we had several support staff members come in and say, this can't work for us. We can't lose our full-time status. We can't lose that many hours. We can't lose, our retirement. And that was a big deal. Our support staff, like you did mention, is essential to our district functioning. We can't function without them. You know, if we don't have buses picking up kids and they can't get to school, you may have prepared a fantastic lesson plan, but if there's no kids there because the buses couldn't get them there, then, you know, we don't have kids to teach. So we have to have plans in place. And I know you talked about maybe coming up with some solutions. I know at some of the outlying schools, some of those bus drivers come in and they work as teachers' aides or assistant. They help in the classrooms in some way, which, you know, they do that to keep their hours, to keep their employment or their retirement. Obviously, we are understaffed. And so, you know, to me, I think that's a great solution. You know, I have a friend that she does that. She drives bus. She goes in, she helps in a classroom in a rural school. And it's fantastic because having another person there to help is great. You know, I go in and help as a parent in classrooms. I love to do that. I love to be in there and having employees that we already pay who could come in and say, hey, this is my time. You know, fantastic for teachers, fantastic for our kids to have another caring adult in the classroom to help. But we do have to figure those things out. We do have to know, hey, this is how we will set that schedule up so that our employees don't get 20% of, you know, of their pay cut, lose all their retirement benefits, everything else. You know, some other things that I dealt with, and probably Ira as well, we went and sat and listened to students talk about a 4-day week in Spring Creek. I will tell you, there are some very vocal students who do not want a 4-day week. There are some very vocal students who do want a 4-day. And it's honestly, at that point, it was pretty even. After what we've been through with COVID, it would be, you know, I want to hear from students because, you know, students come first. I want to hear their opinion. I want to hear if they're like, hey, we went through all that. We are ready for a 4-day. Bring it on. Because boy, we listened to some really, really frustrated students about, you know, how dare you put me on a 4-day week? And I will tell you, before I was sitting on this board years ago, I was sitting down there and I was, you know, talking to the board about we need 4-day school weeks. That is something that I have always supported. That hasn't changed. You know, I'm not voting right now, but that is something I've always supported. I know a lot of people that are in 4-day programs, not only in our district, but in other states, and it works out fantastic for them. We need to know from a lot of parents, a lot of teachers. You know, you guys have brought a lot of elementary teachers. We need to hear from the high school teachers, the middle school teachers. We need to hear, again, from the support staff. We need everybody's voice. We need parents to come in and say, hey, you know, this can or can't work for us. Because we did have some parents last time in Spring Creek that were like, why would you do this to me? It's another day for me to find childcare. You know, that's not the job of the district. The job of the district is to educate our students, to provide a safe and fantastic learning environment for them. But we do have to have input from the community, businesses, parents, everyone. So I think Matt kind of hit it on the head as far as I would like, if, you know, we'll talk to legal and make sure we can do this, but to have a standing agenda item where you are able to bring information back to us. And, you know, maybe not as long, because we all have other things to do, right? Families to take care of and everything else, events to attend. But I think it might be nice to have a standing agenda item so that we can work out all these different scenarios. And we can come together with a solution, a plan for, hey, this is what we want. And again, we need to hear from like 90% of Elko and Spring Creek. We need to hear lots of voices. And it's been fantastic to get the letters in support. It's been, you know, great to get letters saying, I'm kind of neutral, but whatever. Like I say, I know last time we had lots of people that were not in favor. And we need to hear all the voices so we can come up with solutions. In fact, seek out the people who are not in favor and find out why. Because it's important to hear every voice. When you sit up here, no matter how you feel personally, which, like I say, I love 4-day weeks. I am totally in favor. But when you sit up here, you can't just decide on, this is what I love. This is what I want. You are up here and you have to hear the voices of everyone. Even if you disagree with those voices, it doesn't matter. It's our job as a board to hear everyone in the community. And sometimes there's some really loud voices that are like, hey, this is what we want, this is what we want. But there's a whole bunch of quiet voices that are like, yeah, that's not it. So keep working, keep bringing us information. We want to make a good decision that is great for both Spring Creek and Elko communities. So anyone else on the board have anything, Mr. Anderson, before we?
I'm not on
move
the board, but
I
I'd
know,
like to say
that's
one
why,
thing.
that's why I said
Thank
your
you.
name.
Thank you. I
separate.
appreciate it.
Oh. Yeah,
At the
come on up to
microphone.
the microphone so everyone who's online can hear you too.
Does, if, we decide as a community that it's not appropriate, what other solutions are there? Does anybody, I mean, just coming from you guys as a board, you guys, I'm assuming most of you guys are at least parents. I know you were a teacher, just people in the community. We have to come up with a solution somewhere because teachers are burned out. We are worried about a lot of mental health for the students and the teachers. So if this doesn't go through, which, one way or another, I feel for myself, I feel like if this was going to change in 2 years, then I'd be like, why even fight for this? But my personal opinion is this is going to last us for a good 8 to 10 years. So what kind of solutions has anybody come up with? Any other solutions that we could possibly move forward with? I'll leave that in your hands. How about that?
No, those are great because
that's a
Matt
question.
asked you questions and we love those
Yeah.
questions too. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm not
You're right.
like, it's not one person who can come up with something. I think it's as a team, can we make a committee be amongst several of us, not just the teachers, maybe with administration, with people at Central, I know you guys have you guys have laws that you guys can't really meet together. So, I mean, there's got to be something that we can do, or maybe not, but our community is really important to all of us. So, if everyone can just kind of keep an open mind and think of solutions as well, instead of just, coming back with questions. And my other question to you guys is, you guys are putting some things in our hands that we're not administrators. How do we go about obtaining, like if we came up with a bus schedule, I don't understand how teachers can do that. So, I mean, if you guys can give us some ideas, we'd love to hear that because we're very passionate about making changes, whether that's a 4-day school week or something else, because I can't think of anything else.
So just from that standpoint, even though I wasn't present for those meetings, I have gone back and done the research on them. And by the time I got to the point where they were going to be voting on things, at that point, the schools in that community were on board and they'd already kind of come up with, this is what it will look like when we do this. So master schedules were done, bus routes were done. Like you're essentially saying when we switch, this is exactly what it will look like. So I think that's what Teresa meant when she said they came. It was they, but the they was more than just like a little group of people. There were letters of support from each individual school principal, citing and a lot, right? There's lots there. And again, I almost raised my hand when you asked, who do we go to? We're not administrators. This kind of segues into what I was going to say in the first place. Someone made a comment to me and I wasn't offended by it, but I was like, why? Like, what did I do to deserve that comment? And the comment was, I don't want Mr. Anderson to feel like we're attacking him, or some people feel like they are hesitant to say something because there's going to be retaliation or retribution or something. And with all due respect, not only have I not been around long enough to do anything to make anyone feel like I'm coming after them, but to the contrary, I feel like in the short time I've been doing this and with the help of my central office administrator team, which is full for the first time since I can ever, like, as far as I can look back, we've done a lot of things to already make progress in the direction that you're talking about. You mentioned the things we're doing to collaborate with the university or the college. Sorry, can conjure up the word, conjure, but not college, right? How's that? we removed barriers that have been blocking ARL teachers for the longest time. Like we went from having a couple to we've got dozens of them right now, right? Like we're doing things to move in that direction already. So what I want to say is I hope that people will feel comfortable coming to talk. Like I can safely say I've done nothing to attack anyone. And I understand people behave a certain reason because of maybe past experiences they've had or things like that. I have opened myself up to people already. I've talked with Tanya on the phone. I've talked with Tamberly on the phone. Whitney, you're going to be, I'm sure you've noticed, but you're teaching my son this year in first grade. I'm here to support in ways that are appropriate for me to support. And just like Susan, I've got a ton of concerns and questions about how this will work in a community this size, because in all the research I've done about 4-day schools, I have not seen one in a community of this size. There are plenty of examples to draw from, but it's from, we have 100 kids in our school. We have 50 kids in our school. We have 70, right? It's large, wide scale. And Ms. Jones, is that correct? Yes. I could see her look at me as I was scanning the room, and it brought back to my attention, though, that just because it hasn't been done doesn't mean it can't be. It may be time for something outside the box. I do know that, just from my perspective, this isn't your problem, but it's mine, is every superintendent in every rural county in Nevada is watching and thinking, dear God, what's going to happen in Elko? Because if it happens in Elko, they're coming after all of us, right? So that's something that I know is I'm going to hear about, not my top worry, but like there are a lot of elements to this. I'm going to go back to what I said when I started this. Please feel free to reach out. I am not a vindictive, retaliatory person. I am not vengeful. I want to do what's right. I want to do what's best. And we're going to do things by policy. We're going to do it by the book. We're going to do it the right way. We're not going to be reactive. We're going to be smart about the process. So I just wanted to look you all in the eye over and over again. So we're on the same page. Okay. So let us know how I can help.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Anything else from the board before we move
Very
from this
briefly,
item?
just based on what he just said, I know. As the board that gets to kind of give him some direction, my only request is respectfully that you coordinate, collaborate, and maybe just send him a packet of information instead of all 1,000 employees saying, I need data on this. That's my only request.
I had one thing, but it's basically on what can we do? What's our plan going forward? It's a little bigger picture than what we're talking about here with the 4-day week, but I look at everybody and all the effort you've put in. If we can put this same effort into our state legislators that took $4 million from us, if we can put this same effort into the election where we lost our capital improvements funding, I mean, we're reeling, we're getting punched right, left, right here. And that's the true root of what's going on. So if you guys, the public, can put in this same energy in writing your state legislators and move, because trust me, it works. I looked at that stuff all weekend. I was inspired by it because really going through the summer and there really hasn't, there's been pretty smooth meetings. We haven't had a lot of public comment. We haven't had turnouts like this. So it's not really something I'm used to. And it's got me thinking a lot about it. But if you can direct those efforts upwards too, to the people who are telling us what to do and who are taking our money away from our rural community, I think that could be very effective too. If we could get a good campaign going in the next year to, while we're working on this, to work on our state legislatures on that funding and to work on our community, letting them know that we do need new facilities for our students and we do need to keep the ones that we have up. If we can put this same energy into that, I think it'd be very effective.
Thank you, Jeff. And again, just thank you for your time. And we know we're going to be seeing you more. So thank you again, and good luck. We are thinking, you guys are thinking, this is a team effort. So we will go ahead and move on to item 1.5. So everybody ready? All right, this is, and I'll actually, how about we take like a 2-minute stand up for those who are going to stay. We'll just move around for a second and then we'll go on with the rest of the meeting. Anyone have a fly swatter? I know, gosh, they're like everywhere. Like
He kept flying around my head and then I saw him flying around other people's heads.
Josh, Susan, Ira, do you all? Water? Okay.
All right, welcome back. We will go ahead and get started. We will with item 1.5. This is input from the public. This is a period devoted to comments by the general public, if any, and discussion of those comments. In the interest of privacy and due process, the public is requested to not raise personnel issues except in a legally noticed closed personnel session of the board. Comments are limited to 3 consecutive minutes, as speakers' time may not be reserved, divided, apportioned, or deferred. No action may be taken upon a matter raised under this item of the agenda until the matter itself has been included specifically on an agenda as an item upon which action will be taken. This is a non-action item. I have a couple of requests for public comment. Some are related specifically to an agenda item, so I will take those at that time. But others I don't have. I don't have something specific. So we will start with Gretchen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gretchen. Of the board, I've emailed the superintendent as well as I emailed Tim Wickersham and Mauro Lobato in regards to my concern. And as I was doing a little more digging and thinking, I think it's a district concern. It's beyond just Elko High School. Last Friday was Elko High School's first home football game. And as requested, we purchased our tickets for the game online using the hometown ticketing website. I purchased 2 adult tickets and 1 child ticket. Our total for the tickets, the 2 adults were 14 and the child was 5. So our total came to $19. There's a $3.97 processing fee that goes to hometown ticketing. I have a problem with us making this change in the district when our student athletes are also using a third-party red line fundraising for their spirit packs. Student athletes at the varsity level have been asked to raise up to $500 to help pay for them in sports. And yet we're paying per transaction, by transaction, $4 to an outside source. I don't believe boosters. I don't know of these fees being charged. Alumni that don't pay to get into games, spouses of coaches. A lot of people attend the games and don't realize that these fees are out there for our families. Where this $4, I'd rather give $4 every single game I go to a student athlete to help pay for their uniforms and their sports packages. So I would like you to reconsider using those kinds of outside sources where you're paying fees when our kids can't even themselves come up with the money. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, next I have Brent Kelly. If they're specifically related to an action item, would you like to tell me which one so I can call you up at the appropriate time? Okay, but no other comment at this time. Brent? All right. Hey, well, you want to hold off is what you're saying? 04 and 05? I'll start. Thank you. All right, Jamie Joggers. There we go.
I'm Angelica Loop. Jamie had to leave and Nina will read what she had to say if she can. On behalf of Spring Creek Elementary PTA Playground Committee, we would like to thank you for your support and cooperation with providing a safer playground cover at Spring Creek Elementary. We raised about $3,400 in cash donations, $5,000 at the Pancake fundraiser event, and $10,000 from Spring Creek Elementary PTA. For the total for the mulch was about $18,000. Your presence and generosity at the Pancake fundraiser event held earlier this month was very touching and we are very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelica.
Another 2 minutes. So yeah, Jamie had to leave, but she wanted to say a special thank you to everyone who came to the pancake breakfast, and she noticed all the administrators that were there. She also really appreciates everybody's contributions to the raffle, and it was heartwarming to have such support. She also wanted to give a special thanks to Stephen Smith for all of his work in helping us move the earthwork and the concrete and getting it done so quickly. And then I personally would like to say thank you guys for getting it done this summer and for working so hard and working with us to get it done before school started. I have a hellion that's starting school in a week, and I feel so grateful that he'll be safe on the playground. So thank you guys.
Thank you. All right, Chantel Moore. Okay, she already spoke. Okay, like I say, I was trying to scratch names and I may have missed some, so I'll put that in that pile. All right. Let's see. All right, the others I have are related to specific agenda items. Is there anyone else who wishes to make a comment at this time?
For the record, Lee Hoffman, I apologize for not signing up before, but I wasn't really thinking I was going to comment until I heard your last discussion item at length. I just want to congratulate the board. There was a lot of emotional appeal there. And I think you recognized that and you responded very well with your comments about it needs to be a deliberative process and you have a lot of work to do and not just jump into a conclusion. And I appreciated your various comments and thoughts just as a member of the public that you recognize that you have to be deliberative and thoughtful about it. So thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Is there anyone else who wishes to make a comment? All right, we will move on to item 2.1, receipt, review, and possible approval of Indian policies and procedures for impact aid funding purposes. All right, Candace.
Good evening. The Indian policies and procedures and impact aid are two separate things, but they can't exist without each other. They're codependent. Indian policies and procedures gives the district the platform or committee, which is the Indian Parent Advisory Committee, in which we can seek verification and approval of grant funding secured by impact aid for our Native American students, which is also covered under Title VI. The Indian Parent Advisory Committee is currently in the process of revamping its bylaws. However, nothing has changed since last year.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? All right, how would you like to proceed?
Make a motion approved. Item 2.01.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye, and that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item 2.2 is receipt, review, and possible approval of the dual credit course list for school year 2022.
So the dual credit list is just simply an agreement we have with the Great Basin College to where kids can take courses at GBC that will also satisfy credit requirements at our high school. The list goes through the credits each class is worth for the college and then also what it's worth at the high schools.
Questions from the board?
Can you tell me what the cost from a student, how much they have to pay?
There was two different costs. It's $85 a credit if it's a class that's taught at the college. And if it's a case like one of the examples that I was given was there's a doctor out in Wells that teaches one of their courses. So he teaches for us. Then it's only $75 per the whole course.
So they're getting a 3 credit course. If it's GBC and it's 3 credits, they're getting that for $85?
No, $85 a credit.
A credit, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, any other questions from the board?
Not a question, just want to say, community, there's more than 120 classes here that you can get credit for at the college. I get that it's $85, maybe $75. It's a terrific opportunity to be able to take advantage of this. I appreciate the collaboration. For example, early childhood AS can be covered by 8 different classes at Great Basin College. So we need teachers, and that might be part of where that can come from. Thank you.
Anything else? I just do have a question because we look at this list from GBC, which is fantastic. I love that partnership. Are there other colleges or universities that we've ever worked with to provide these dual credit type situations as well?
So I'm in the process now. I'm going over to meet with the lady Mary Doucette at the Great Basin. I had a gentleman who works for the Mackey School of Mines. He had a proposal to bring in some mining related classes. I'm going to go talk with Mary and figure out how that process works. But it's obviously we're a mining community and those classes are going to give our kids. We have a good partnership with GBC for kids going to actually go out and do the mining, to be the workers. But there's not a lot for the engineers, the geologists, that kind of stuff, the metallurgists. And this would enable us to offer some of those classes with them. So I'll have something for you at some point. Right now, we're in the beginning stages of that, but it's a pretty exciting opportunity for us. And I think it's going to be great for our kids.
Awesome. Thank you. I love to hear that.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions from the board? All right. How would you like to proceed?
I move to approve dual credit course list for school year 2022.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye, and the motion carries. Item 2.3 is receipt, review, discussion, and possible approval of the Wine Cup Gamble Ranch Transportation Plan. So I know we have a request for public comment, but we will let the board discuss first and we'll receive information, and then Shannon, I promise we'll call you up. All right, so discussion from the board. How would like to start this, Mr. Anderson?
Would you like me to go first?
Yes, I
Okay,
would.
okay,
please.
sorry. For discussion from the board. I was waiting for discussion. Okay. So I can't take even most of the credit for this, but I had Mr. Seth Canning, who is our Director of Transportation out there. He's wearing a collared shirt today. It's awesome to see it. Looking good, Seth. And next to Seth is Mr. Higbee. You guys know Mr. Ken Higbee. So Mr. Higbee was the principal out in Wells prior to this year and worked with him out there. So the two of them with their, I guess you could just call it like institutional knowledge of and just familiarity with the situation helped put this information together. So what I am going to, I guess, fill you in on and present to you is just information. I'm per usual. I feel like that is my job. If you would like my opinion, you can ask me what my opinion is. I'm presenting you with information regarding the request and relevant policies and just sharing that with you. And then I'll be happy to answer questions and then obviously move forward from there. So I do have quite a bit of information for you though, so I apologize in advance. Attached to this item, there is a map. This is the same map that you were presented with in the packet that Shannon shared with us last week or 2 weeks ago. And that's just there for reference as I talk through some situations. If you just want to have that map, and I don't know how familiar you are with the roads out there. So anyway, so I'm going to start with some points to consider. So the first is that as we learned about last time around, that the Wine Cup and the Gamble ranches have families who are fluid in their locations between the two ranches. Their preference is to have stability in the education of their children. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that as they detailed in their letter received last meeting, these are all awesome kids. The district is lucky to have them. And presently their request is that, or their preference is Wells as their location to receive that education. For the portion at the Gamble Ranch, currently they are zoned to West Wendover. So that's kind of the stage there for that. We have a policy that dictates how we handle these situations for student transportation. That policy is policy JGD. I'm not going to read that entire policy to you. I will do some summarizing, but I'm going to reference policy a lot. And when I say that, that is me doing what I said earlier. We are going to go by policy, and why we've been doing things the way we've been doing is because it's found within policy. Okay. Some other points to consider: a driver for a two-way route from Wells to Montello would require a non-school personnel driver, meaning it couldn't be a teacher or somebody else who's already employed out, because sometimes that's a thing, like a teacher will drive. But because of the length of the route, between the hours they are required to work on contract as a teacher already, or whatever other position already, full-time employment, to add the number of hours during the week to drive that route would exceed the amount of hours that are allowed to be employed by us in a week. So that's an issue or a limitation, I guess, a point to consider. However, as a and so to go with that, a driver located who resides in Wells would necessitate doing a round trip twice a day, right? Because they go out to the Gamble Ranch or to Montello, and then they come back, and then they would have to do it again. They'd go out, drop people off, and then come back, which is why we would be in that situation with a current personnel driver already. So if there were, just being solution-minded, a point to consider is that if a driver was located, resided in Montello or somewhere near there, potentially you could do a one trip a day, which obviously cuts that cost in half if that person was willing to drive to the school. remain in Wells, whether it's employed in another capacity at the school or in something else, and then drive back. That would be a 1 round trip as opposed to 2. So that is something we thought about. And I'll go over those numbers farther into the information I give you. Next consideration is safety. Safety going over the Pequops with a bus, especially in the winter months, is a concern. Additionally, when chains are required, buses do not drive on roads where chains are required because of the safety concern. So that would mean that on a day where chains would be required on a bus to go over the Pequops, they would either not run at all that day, or we would be doing 2-hour delays or whatever hour delays in order to make it, get to a time frame where the bus could operate. My understanding is that this is one of the primary reasons, because this route used to exist, but one of the primary reasons for the change that was made some years ago, and I don't know the exact year that happened, but was because of the safety concern, the interruptions, that sort of thing. So that was one of those reasons. Next is the life of a school bus. They're inanimate objects, but they have a lifespan. Adding the Wells to Montello route, we calculated out, is 31,200 miles per year for 2 round trips per day. That's at minimum, it's 208 miles a day going on the bus. The average life of a bus without major maintenance is 200,000 miles. So just helping you with the calculations, for the life of a brand new bus, that would be around 6.4 years of life before likely requiring major repairs and needing to be replaced. You will recall from budgeting conversations before that we are attempting to have our fleet on a regular rotation to where buses we don't get buses because they have imploded, but we are getting buses when it makes in a rotation. So from that conversation earlier, we are trying to have our buses on a 15 to 18 year replacement cycle, which means that this route would go through approximately 3 buses in the same time frame that we're in a 15 to 18 year cycle, if that made sense. Everybody follow me on that one? All right. I almost confused myself for a moment, but I'm certain I said it right. And to remind you, a new bus at current costs today is priced somewhere between $200,000 to $300,000. Hiring, one more consideration is hiring a bus driver, especially in outlying areas, is difficult. For example, we have had a route for West Wendover and Pilot posted for 2 years and have been unable to fill that route. We had discussed at a certain point, maybe running a bus from Wells out east on I-80 towards Independence, which is part of the way out to the Gamble Ranch. We had that position posted for over 6 months and received 0 applications for that route as well. So those are points to consider. Maybe instead of doing options for potential action, to go along with that, I'm going to share the financials with you, okay? So I've already mentioned the mileage per day on a Wells out to Montello and back twice a day. So I mentioned 31,200 miles. When you consider operating costs, based on fuel cost per gallon, per mile, average maintenance cost per mile, bus operation costs, number of miles per year, et cetera, the operating costs for that school bus would equal $33,696. The driver cost for a route of that length at 150 days at the current hourly wage, including benefits, would be an additional $21,586.50, meaning the straight up cost for operating and driver for that route would be $55,285.50. That obviously does not include when that bus goes away because of mileage and has to be replaced. It does not include other essential costs such as vehicle insurance, mechanical failures, and costs outside of standard annual maintenance. So that is what it would cost to do that twice round trip every day for 150 school days. Okay, and then the other calculations are for a later point that I'm going to go to. Any question on those calculations? At any point, if you have a question that goes deep into costs, things like that, that go beyond what I share with you, we're going to have to ask the man in a button-up shirt to come on up here and help out. Okay, we good so far? All right. So I've come to you with some options for potential action. I would not presume to have thought of all the possible solutions, though here are some actions to consider. As per the request, ECSD is so, well, that's weird wording. I'm just going to tell you what's going on. So Wells has adjusted their some of their transportation already. We have a route there that, for whatever reason, has diminished significantly over the last few years, and he's so friendly. And so that route is being dissolved and heading up north on 93. That's happening day one of school already. That route is going to go all the way up to a road which is called Wilkins-Montello Road. Ken, am I doing all right? Okay, perfect. Threw Montello in there. It tripped me up for a second. Okay, so it's called Wilkins-Montello Road. So that goes north on 93. It's going to pick up a bunch of families all along 93 North. And then it goes up to a road that connects to the, it would kind of end its route at the Wine Cup Ranch turnoff. So we have a bus that is going to go up to the Wine Cup Ranch, which is if you're looking at your map, that is from the junction there up north where there's a little tag that says Wine Cup, that's where it's going, all right? And you can see, well, you can't see all the little roads, but there are roads between there and Gamble, just as there are from Gamble down to 80. But so that is where that route is going to go, and then it would turn around and bring our kids to school. So that's something, I guess that's not even a potential action. Wells is already doing that. I'm just letting you know that's happening. And I want to point out the reason we're doing that is because in policy JGD, basically the summary of, there's a lot of stuff in JGD that includes reimbursement rates on paved roads, reimbursement rates on unpaved roads, lots of different scenarios, but there is a guiding principle in JGD, and it's actually a guiding principle in NRS as well, that more so in JGD, that we run bus routes when that is the most feasible economic solution for transporting kids to school. If the more feasible solution economically is to have people drive due to whatever factors, then that is what we're supposed to do according to policy. So that is why we have been doing what we've been doing so far. It's less about we don't have a driver. It's less about we don't want to go over the Pequops. It's less about the number of kids that are in that direction. It has to do with how much does it cost to operate a bus and get them out there, and how much does it cost to pay people mileage reimbursement. And if it's according to policy, if it is most economical to pay people reimbursement, then that's the decision that's supposed to be made according to current policy. I can't. Yes. Don't steal my thunder, Jeff. I'm getting there. It's 17 cents per mile for paved road and 20 cents per mile for unpaved road. You're already thinking. All right. So a potential action that could take place at some point is to add a Wells to Montello bus route. The school projects that this would serve a likely total of 12 students from about 5 families. 2 of these families are employees of the school in Wells and already bring their kids to work with them. That would be 4 of those 12 kids are already riding with mom to work. So 12 total kids, 8 that are not children of employees already. And as I said, according to policy, it is more economically feasible to pay the other 3 or 4 families to transport their kids. Another potential action is we could rezone the Wine Cup and Gamble so that they're both zoned for wells, which would allow the Gamble Ranch to receive mileage from the Gamble Ranch all the way to wells. Because right now, the type of reimbursement they're getting, because they are not, because their home or where they're coming from is not zoned, we cannot reimburse them from that location. So they're being reimbursed from where a bus would pick up. So some of that distance they've been absorbing on their own already, in addition to the other kind of inequities that exist with the mileage rates that we have right now. So by doing a simple rezoning, that would, I say simple rezoning, you know what I mean? By doing that alone, that already adds some more financial benefit to people that have to do their own transportation, because they would be getting additional mileage reimbursement of above and beyond what they experienced last year. Another potential action is you could change policy JGD regarding payment for mileage amount due to drastically increased fuel prices. Current amounts are, and I've been saying 17 cents, it's actually 17.5 cents, but per paved mile, and then 20 cents per unpaved mile. ECSD last year paid a grand total, not for the kids going to wells, but a grand total across our 4th largest county school-wise in the state, or sorry, in the union. We paid $19,362.50 in total mileage for last school year. A percentage increase to the mileage rate, whether, you know, if that's a decision that gets made, that would obviously help those who are suffering financially from having to transport their kids. Given the price of gas, we recognize that's crazy high. When this 17 cents was established, I believe policy JGD went into effect in was it 01 or 08? 08. But I think if you look in parentheses next to when the mile numbers were there, it says 01. So I was in high school in 99, and I remember it being $1 at that point. So gas being $1. So, I mean, the price of gas has gone up, and so that's a potential action that you could take. Now, because I'm sure the question, but sorry, let me back up. So that could happen, but keep in mind that is not a action that would take place simply for those going to wells. That would apply to everyone across the board. So if you were to, let's say, double the amount that you're willing to pay, then that would double that $19,362.50, something closer to $40,000. All right. And then one more potential, and this is kind of a broader potential action, is just if there are other significant changes to policy JGD that the board wants to make, like if you want to change the economic feasibility clause, because right now that guides that decision making. That's not a transportation director that's being a hardhead, even though he can be sometimes. Just kidding, Seth. Seth's all right. It's not about anything else. It's about what the policy says, and you all know that stay in policy. That's where the safety is. That's where you the emotion comes out of the decisions. You make decisions according to policy, and so that would be another thing. That would be a much more expansive conversation, right? Like we could review policy. I could come with recommendations. You could, as a board, deliberate at some point. I don't think the wording that we have in our item today we would not engage in a discussion about what elements of JGD we wouldn't engage in a policy revision right here, right? You could give some thoughts and some feedback, and then I could go with legal and we could come back with a new red line for you, and you could decide if you like it or not. But that's a potential action that could take place. Just so you are aware from a financial standpoint, the route that we are taking up 93 north to Wilkins Montello Road. I have some financials there, but it's about half, just basically half of what I described before to go all the way out to Montello on I-80 to do the one that we're doing now up to 93. Up 93 north is about half that cost. Not really relevant to any other action. I'm just letting you know that we make those decisions based off of that type of information. So I think that is all the points to consider that I have, which obviously in addition to the letter that Shannon shared with us and read, those are all important points to consider. They've been expressed already. And like I said, I gave some options for potential action. Perhaps you've thought of other ones or other things we can consider. I'd be happy to listen to those as well. So I think I'm done presenting, but I'm ready to interact if you'd like.
All right, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Questions from the board? Go ahead, Ira.
If we rezoned it so that kids from the Gamble could catch that bus on 93, what does that do to the kids in Pilot Valley?
So something to consider, and I did not have this in this, but I'm glad you asked that question. When you make a change like this, oftentimes you would want to allow for the immediate future anyway, some grandfathering in, like if someone's already a West Wendover student, they get to remain Wendover High School, etc. But just like the people at the Gamble Ranch right now have to go on variances to come to Wells, you would be we would just be shifting that over to.
They could apply for a variance.
They could apply for a variance to go to West Wendover. Yeah. Or if you want to draw like people draw crazy boundary lines, you could just loop over them and then they get to keep going. But what we're doing is we're making decisions based on what people want right now. And for all we know, another family moves into one of these zones and it's not the place they want to be. They identify more or feel better in a different place. And so, yeah, you just remove the emotion from it and think about what the policy would be and what that would indicate moving forward. I like that you're thinking about that though, because there are more people in that area than just those that live at the Gamble Ranch. There are other people.
From a financial standpoint, that seems like the best option that you gave us. So all those kids could catch that bus on 93.
Yeah, and I recognize it's not an amazing solution. It's not the solution they were asking for. And again, it's not the solution I'm telling you we should do. But the kind of the downside to that one is I don't know how many miles it is from Gamble over to 93 North where that pickup is, but I want to say it's 20 something miles and it's all unpaved road. It's all unpaved, so that's rough on a vehicle.
40 miles across.
It's 40 from one direction to the other. Okay, then. Okay. Yes. So it's a lot, and that's why I'm saying I recognize that is not like an ideal situation, which is why when I talked about it, I referred to it more as a solution for the Wine Cup side, and then the Gamble side by rezoning. We're offering more money basically because they get a longer reimbursement mileage to draw from. But yeah.
Mr. Anderson, where, this is probably a dumb question, but where does it say that we only pay based on zoning? Because I don't think that's in JGD.
So with variances, there is I don't know if it's in JGD or somewhere else, but I think when you fill out a variance form, perhaps Seth, you can jump to the rescue here, but I think when you fill out a variance form, there's something at the bottom that essentially says when you agree to a variance, you are waiving your right to you're taking care of your own transportation at that point. There's no reimbursement. You're not entitled to a bus. It's all you. That is a decision you make by doing a variance to the school of your choice.
Yes,
it is a choice
that is correct. It is in
one of the other sub policies, I think on there at the bottom, it says if you're variance that you're basically giving up your rights to transportation. So
I did not think of this question previously, so I know I'm throwing this at you blind.
Yeah.
How many other students are being transported to the school of their choice via a variance that would be impacted if we just simply said, we're not going to have that policy anymore?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Could you pose it again?
Basically, it sounds like we're here because there's a variance issue. If we took out the line that said we're no longer paying transportation on variance.
You're asking what would happen financially if every kid who's on a variance started to receive reimbursement?
Well,
that would be
not
huge.
necessarily.
Or access to like a bus to go get them?
Maybe I need to think this through a little bit further in my head.
There are quite a few students in the district on variances that we do not give transportation to, that we hear about on a daily basis.
Okay, I guess that's what I was looking
There's
at.
a large majority.
Great, because I'm not expecting somebody that travels from Spring Creek because, like my son, when he was in kindergarten, we live in Spring Creek. He went to Mountain View. His babysitter was a block away. We had that variance. I'm not expecting a reimbursement, but I was looking at, thank you. All right.
Yeah, there's a lot. And that's something to just kind of consider as you're doing this. Again, I am not telling you one way or another to think, but there is, because we have so many people on variances and because we're a rural county, and people don't think of, well, yeah, but that's an Elko school or that's a Spring Creek school. We have plenty of kids that live in super remote parts that go to Elko High School, that go to Spring Creek High School, that go to Sage Elementary. And so any change to policy, not that I don't want any group of kids to not have a bus provided to them, but a concession made that is like a massive change to policy, there will be other people will want the same concessions, I guess is what I'm getting at.
So Matt, I'm going to throw this out there. So like say students in Ruby Valley that are going to go to
Right.
high school, they might pick Wells, Elko, or Spring Creek.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess they could pick West Wendover, Jackpot, or Carlin too, or Owyhee. But if we change that policy, which is JBAA,
Thank you.
item 3, let's see, no, item 4, sorry. Then that would almost require us to provide a bus for any kid in Ruby Valley who wanted to go to Wells, a bus for any kid in Ruby Valley who wanted to go to Elko, or any kid in Ruby Valley who wanted to go to Spring Creek, just as an example. And so I don't think that would be financially feasible to remove, that part of the policy, because we would all of a sudden have massive transportation costs piling on transporting students.
As you're aware, we're already barely staffed enough to run the buses we have right now, to get us to a point where we could.
We'll make it work.
We will. I know we will. But I'm just saying to add, throw that wrinkle in there. Now we're adding routes everywhere, every which way. Seth's been doing a great job getting people in and getting them trained, and I'm not sure what the feasibility is of doing that either.
If I heard correctly, you indicated that if we could find a driver that would stay in Wells after dropping kids off in the morning and then drive home in the afternoon, that would allow for the hours worked in a week to be able to be where we need them to be. Did I understand that correctly?
If it was a 1 round trip a day thing, Ken, would that, because then it would be 3.25 hours per week. That would.
They would be fine if we had someone driving from.
Right. So thank you. We have this happening in a couple other places where the person who's doing the route resides in the area that we're needing transportation to come from. So yeah, potentially if you had the right fit, someone who could both drive the bus, has their CDL, lives out in that community, and secured employment in Wells, or I don't know, sometimes it doesn't have to be employment. Sometimes that person just, like in one of our cases, it's someone, they just they stay with their family while they're in town and they drive the bus on back home. Like there's any number of scenarios that could happen, but yes, that would cut that cost in half. We wouldn't have a driver hour issue with that person if they wanted to be a school personnel as well. So yeah, it's
Perhaps like a teacher that already is taking 4 students of her own to school from Wells to Montella.
You said it, not me.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that we need to, but
Yes.
if we provided a stipend, that could be possible and not violate hours.
Yes.
Can
could
we
be.
provide a 13 passenger van instead of a big yellow bus? Obviously, I know we're not equipped with that.
There's quite a, there's a lot of different statutes that apply in there. There is a NRS that states that we cannot transport students in any vehicle on a daily basis to and from school that does not meet the definition of a school bus. A 15 passenger van does not meet the definition of a school bus, and
Like a short
therefore
bus.
has been specifically singled out by the state of Nevada. This was a campaign several years ago to get rid of 15 passenger vans. Okay, in extreme circumstances, remote areas, okay, it was lowered to basically 8 passengers total, well, 7 passengers and a driver. That's why you see our golf teams and stuff driving a van that is 8 passenger total capacity, because that is not deemed, and also it's for activities, but in extreme rural areas, there has been exceptions given by the Department of Ed who oversees the transportation laws that it can be used, something like that could be utilized. But then again, you'd have to find, the same thing as a driver, that type of stuff, or you run into some of that, and
that wouldn't
yeah, I mean,
require
that would be other options
CDL.
you'd have to explore. No, they're called basically it's a non-CDL position. But there's a whole different training scenario and stuff. It's
Can't
not
just
much.
paint it yellow?
Huh?
Can't just paint it yellow?
No,
Okay.
unfortunately, no, we can't. But I mean, there's some, there's definitely some laws we'd have to look into and make sure that we were abiding by everything. Like I said, doing it daily transportation to and from school, the NRS clearly states the vehicle must meet the definition of a school bus. So
Going back to Jeff's point from earlier today, if we join together and put effort into having legislatures that
exactly
worked for us. Okay.
Yes, the same effort that was put in to get rid of the 15 passenger van. Yeah, that's what it took to get rid of it. So, yeah.
And if I recall correctly, and then Shannon, please let me know if I'm wrong, you were just asking for a rezoning, correct? Great. And since that was one of the suggestions that was made, is that an action that we could take this evening? Or would we need to have that come back as an agendized item specific to that? Not that I'm giving direction or indicating what the board should do.
It says discussion and possible approval of Wine Cup Gamble Ranch Transportation Plan. And I offered as a possible solution rezoning as part of a plan. So unless like in the next 30 seconds, Rob texts me and says, we can't do that.
Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm kidding.
For me, for you.
Aging Rob, so you're just kidding.
I'm surprised your phone hasn't blown up with me talking anyways.
I'm connecting. Well, yeah, I'm connecting the two. I feel good about it. If that is an action, it says for possible action. So,
and if I understand correctly, worst case scenario is we have to properly agendize it. The action is null and void. We come back, we vote on it again, and we move forward. So I'll be happy to let everybody else talk, but otherwise I'm ready to move on.
I had a quick question. about this map in the agenda. The different colors are the different areas. Is that correct? So that if we were considering a zone change, I'd be looking in this yellow area where it says Gamble and maybe possibly taking the portion north and making it green.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we wouldn't have to change everything. And like,
Well, that led to my second question is that could we make that super easy and just have it go straight across and up? Are there any other students in that geographical area?
I think this might be a good time to have Mrs. Glasscock come and answer
Yeah.
those questions because they are on the ranch and that would be helpful.
And my husband.
Mr. Glasscock, you can come up too. She doesn't have to do all the
looks
talking.
really excited about it.
So I believe I sent Mr. Anderson I emailed it to you, an actual map of the boundaries of the ranch and our 3 divisions, Wine Cup, Gamble, and Independence Valley.
You sure did.
And I don't know if you can.
Mac, if you can hear me, will you
He's already doing it.
transfer ownership to me so I can display this? Yeah, boy.
And that was a good question about, well, what happens with our Pilot Valley group? And like you said, things change as different families move in, and one person may want to go to West Wendover, some may want to go to Wells. We're kind of in that area. It's difficult, and I think it changes as different families come through. But like I said in my letter, what I'd like to see is our ranch as an entire entity, the 3 divisions be zoned into one area. And then if there were other people in the Pilot Valley area that they ended up being zoned into Wells, once again, they could file a variance and still go to West Wendover. I wanted to, do you have anything to add on the map?
If, like Jeff suggested, we just zoned it right down 233, Pilot Valley stays in the West Wendover School District, Gamble goes into the Wells, and we're both happy.
Geographically, I live in West Wendover, and I can tell you, as you know, that coming here, even to board meetings last winter was a challenge sometimes, getting over I-80. And, but then in looking too, I can see the distance from where you're at. It was actually 2 miles further to West Wendover. It's like 53 miles versus 51 to Wells. If you ignore the 8,000 feet of mountains in between, it ends up being about the same. So, and I know that Pilot Valley is kind of up in the air. I know lots of folks that live out there and out in Montello, and kind of everybody has their own school solution there. It's really, as you go from property to property, there's all different kinds of things. So, but yeah, if we were doing that, I'd be interested in taking, like you said, what's north of there. And I was real curious to see those boundaries and see what they are and how that would affect.
And I wanted to touch on a few points. First, great research. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm very into making sure we go through the policies that as we're trying to figure solutions out. But I wanted to let you know that the driver, we could have a driver, 1 round trip. And he's a new hire in Wells. He's the new high school science teacher, Mr. Williams, and he lives in Montello. And I just bumped into him 2 days ago, and he was asking me about the busing, and he said, "Hey, I'll drive the bus." So there you go. And he's already hired, working full time there. And then also he happened to mention, I think he has a CDL, not certain, but also he's done defensive driving. I think he would fit the mold for a one-way trip. And also we were looking at, instead of a big bus, possible exceptions for a remote area. Maybe we could look more into that. So we could just have, I believe 16 passenger. If it's under that, you don't have to have your CDL. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But that would also save on costs. You know, you don't need a big bus, the 55,000 K that it would cost estimate wise, not including, you know, the other maintenance and things. I don't think it's a thing on changing your policy and variance. Like I said, just requesting that boundary change to keep our families together. And we're getting more, by the way.
Could I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, what's not, you have the variance now, so the kids are going where you'd like them to.
Yes, sir.
What are we trying to change here? How can we help you further? I guess is what I'm asking with this boundary change and all that. What is that end going to do for you?
Well, to consider getting any busing or any reimbursement, we have to change the boundary first.
Right.
That's the first step. So if we get that boundary changed, then we'd be eligible for the reimbursement, which is something you might want to consider later, changing as it, I think, is outdated. And then also, as we're getting more families, one of my questions to Mr. Anderson would be, how many students would it take to make it financially more feasible to bus them than reimburse them? And that could change, especially if you changed a reimbursement policy.
Right. So you just hit the nail on the head. So it's going to depend what the cost of reimbursement is. And then it's less about the number of students and more about the number of cars that are being reimbursed. So
yes,
if you threw 6 kids in a Suburban, well, that's one additional reimbursement. It doesn't matter that there's 6 kids in the car. So that's why when I mentioned the 12 kids earlier, that comes from 5 families, right? So with 2 of them already going anyway. So yeah, that's I can't put a number on how many students it would take because that's not part of policy. That's something that could be put into policy. I've seen that in other places. They don't start considering until it's X number of kids. And then once it hits X number of kids down, they get rid of it, right? But that's the way another district's policy reads, whereas ours reads the feasibility, right? So if in our case it was 55,000, let's say we're able to cut that in half. Now it's in the 27,500 range. Math check, I think I got that. Then I guess it just comes down to how much is it costing us to reimburse. If it's below 27,000, then I guess it's your decision of if that's economically feasible or not.
So I guess one of my questions is, we just opened the school in Montello.
Yes, ma'am.
Great teacher, things are going well. But if we, made some kind of changes, you've got a bus driver in Montello and we could get that to where it was financially feasible. Would that, would we then say, well, it's cheaper to haul all of those students to Wells instead of having that school open? Because we look at things and we say, well, we're going to make a choice based on finances. Would that be a side effect that you would be happy with? Like, hey, we've got a driver, we can change this route, we can cross the Pequot, which I've done lots of that in my life and it's not great a lot of times during the year. But if we could make that happen, would that mean we close the Montello school and bus every kid?
Good question.
And so that's just a concern I have because I know you're really happy with your teacher. It's great to have that rural school open. Those kids get a lot of individualized attention. I love rural schools. So I hate to see them closed after we've just reopened one. So like I say, that's one of my concerns is if we made this change, then it might be more financially feasible to haul all of those kids to Wells instead of
I would
leaving
also
the school open.
input that if we did decide that made the most sense, I'm just giving you a heads up, we would probably need to be consistent and do that with another school that's already in that situation. We would probably look at closing 2 rural schools, which I know
It would be terrible.
people love the rural schools and I love going to them. Like those are awesome places to visit. And they do amazing things there. Those are some phenomenal teachers to be able to manage that. And it fits us, it fits a very specific need that exists in those communities. And so, like I said, when you make those decisions, you got to just think about it's not one situation. We would have to apply it across the district.
So that's an excellent question. And I've thought of that, myself, because I was the one here over a year ago, trying to get the Montello School back open, which was great. And I would never want to see it close again. There's so many other kids out in that area, Pilot Valley area, as well, that are utilizing that. I think they're at 12 students there. A teacher that is amazing said it's her dream job, and there's some wonderful things going on there. So would not want to close that. Our goal, though, is just to be able to have consistency in the ranch. So with our families moving around, they still have that option to be at Montello School and be able to go to school there, because the Gamble is only 7 miles from Montello School. But at the same time, you have other kids, especially in your middle school, high school, that have no transportation other than parents. And they can go to middle school in Montello. And this is a personal preference, but I think it's important that they get involved in the Wells Combined School in middle school and K through 6 elementary in the smaller rural.
So, and there's just one other comment I'm going to make, and I know Seth touched on this as far as NRS goes with the vans. More than a decade ago at Utah State, there was a professor who was driving a van full of students going through one of those canyons, and there was a terrible accident and every one of them died. Well, I think maybe there was one that survived. I knew most of the people in that van. That instructor had been, one that had helped us at Utah State with a lot of great activities. And that wreck changed school transportation forever. And so it sounds really good to say, hey, let's just use a van. But because of that accident, there is no one in school transportation that's going to say, let's use a 15-passenger van on a regular basis. So I realize it's an NRS, but it didn't just affect Utah State. It didn't just affect communities surrounding Utah. It affected school transportation all over. So it sounds good financially, but it's not something that anybody will sign off on for the most part, as far as a van goes. Maybe some other mode of transportation, but 15-passenger vans are kind of a no on that one. So.
I have no disagreement with that at all. Having my kids on the freeway daily, it'll give you some gray hair. But I think a Suburban, that's what I feel, they're pretty darn safe. You can pack quite a few people into them, and that would be the fallback position that I would be pretty comfortable with.
Seatbelts.
Yeah, and again, we'd have to defer to Seth to see if a Suburban is an option and if that would be enough space to haul the kids. So those are just my concerns that I wanted to address. I don't know, Seth, do you want to address a Suburban? What is, or answer that?
Yeah, basically the use of the 8 or 7 passenger plus the driver 8, that is in the state law, is basically for non-daily use to and from school. It's for special activities, certain events, that sort of stuff. That's why they set that maximum capacity at 8 when they eliminated the 15-passenger van after that incident. Also to add, our school district, we currently do not own any non-CDL school buses, the 14-passenger. So that would require us to purchase a vehicle to meet that definition of a school bus and have a lower capacity vehicle that we could run at a slightly lesser cost than a diesel bus, and that's granting that we can find one or they're available. Currently it's rough. So it would definitely be
Yeah, I mean, if they were available, I'd love to have a bunch of them because it would solve a lot of our other problems too. But that's kind of where we stand with that. And we currently only have 2 type A buses, which are the small van. They're 20 passenger, and those are the 2 that run the Ruby Valley routes. The rest of our buses are all what they call type D transit style, which are all the flat front, the over 25,000 GVW class CDL buses, even though some of them are a lot shorter, but they still fall in the same class. So that's what's in our current fleet, just so you're aware of what we have.
Thanks, Seth. Are there any other questions from the board?
No question. I think we can't do anything unless we change the variance, or at least the zoning, I should say. I like keeping things consistent. The first fallback for me is voting precincts because they're already established. 37 doesn't work because it goes all the way up to the state border. 39 doesn't work because that's what actually Gamble is in, but 39 includes all of Montello and probably includes West Wendover zoned folks. So
20 and 21.
well, I know that's only Wendover, but I'm assuming somewhere on the east side, kids are going to West Wendover. I'd love to be able to say 233 North is Wells, but again, then we're encroaching into Jackpot. So I don't know what the geographic area is. I don't know if we just simply say the Wine Cup Gamble Ranch is zoned and use that as the geographical border. My understanding is your guys' ranch goes all the way to the state border again, right? We're pretty darn close okay. So I don't know if that's going to impact other kids, but it's your guys' ranch and you kind of know where your people live. So I think we should start by rezoning and to make it easy, put the established borders of the Wine Cup Gamble Ranch as zoned for wells, with the understanding that there can be grandfathering as needed. Does that impact their ability to be able to go to Montello?
I would say I'd have to think about that. Kids who go to Montello are already zoned to go to Wendover. So they have the option to go to Montello. So I don't see why, if we changed where Montello exists to a Wells zone, why that would have to change. The conversation we were having earlier about if would we close the schools from an economic standpoint, not anything else.
Are there any kids going to Montello currently that would change and go to Wells?
No,
the
we
Wine Cup Gamble
have
Ranch?
some young kids from the ranch going to Montello.
Would they switch and go to Wells combined?
No. The only reason I have my 6th grader and my 8th grader going to Wells is because I take my high school student there already and they're involved in sports. So
if Montello is already, if Wine Cup Gamble is already zoned for Montello, and now we make Wine Cup Gamble zoned for Wells combined and high school, then that would resolve your issue. It'd make me happy because we have a geographical border that doesn't just float. It would allow for transportation opportunities, or at least options, and it wouldn't violate any existing policy. Am I correct on all 4 of those? I know number 2 is good.
A lot of questions. I think that doing a rezone, however we decided to do it, because I looked through policy, I couldn't find anything that dictates how to rezone, what process goes through. I think that's just a function of management based on, sometimes you do it on enrollment or you do it on other needs. Like I'm pretty sure this change that was made the last time was because of a safety concern, right? So they made a change based on that. I would want to look a little more into what sort of things would have to take place in order to do the rezone. But I think that it doesn't resolve them getting a bus necessarily, but it does take care of some other kind of roadblocks, no pun intended.
Shannon, do you have by chance guesstimated mileage of gravel roads and paved roads? And so can you give me those briefly?
Yes, it's from the Gamble Ranch to the pavement to 223 is 7 miles.
Okay.
And then I believe from Montello to Wells is 51.
And that one's paved? So
It's actually 53 to Wendover.
if I did some quick math right, $10.325 if we allowed this and they resubmitted per vehicle. Because I know that we need to look at
You'd have
costs.
to drive them in a Prius to make that work.
I'm just saying.
Is that round trip or?
Oh, good point. Yeah, that's one way. So reimbursement rate at 17.5 cents on a paved road, 20 cents on a unpaved road would equal $10.325 per trip per vehicle. So $20.65.
That looks to me like that's the policy we need to revisit.
That's the one I was thinking of too, is that this, although we have budget concerns, I mean, we just went through all that. So that's something we're gonna have to see is what the cost that would be, but I can speak, and I'm the guy that doesn't want to spend any money. But 17 cents and 20 cents a mile is just not equitable at all.
It's ridiculous.
To give you an idea, financially, it ran us about $1,500 a month.
Yeah.
To get our kids to school, and the district would reimburse about $250 some dollars, something like that, a month. And so it's kind of a breaker for a lot of people, whether they stay in the school system.
This is going to blow your mind too. Our rate is actually higher than some other school districts. I was looking into this and some people are below 17.5 cents on paved road.
And when you look at federal per diem, which doesn't even have a breakdown for gravel roads, because I don't think the federal government knows what a gravel road is, but it's, yeah. So even if we doubled it and spent $38,724 per month, per year on reimbursable mileage, we would add a little bit onto that for the folks in the Wine Cup Gamble Ranch. But the reason I said $20.65 round trip is because that's the cost of what we're doing with current policy if we make this change per trip, because I know that we are cost sensitive right now. It's not a cost-free change what we're making, but that's current policy with where we are. And
do you think we gain any students from this? Sorry, keep me get up and down. You just bring the chair over.
Yes, I do. I honestly think that I know there's a high school. He's going to West Wendover. He's a senior and he wants to finish because that's where he's been. But I think as you have more of these students coming out of Montello, the elementary school there, and there ended up being some busing, I think that you would definitely, because there's a lot of people homeschooling.
Mm-hmm. So they come out of homeschool and come back to the district itself.
Possibly because they can't afford. I presented last year as well, trying to get transportation. But so you have an idea of the economics in Montello. My research, once again, was about 1.5 years ago, but about 75% is below poverty.
Yeah, we didn't have a whole lot of students that varianced from Montello to Wells. For the 2 years I was there, there was just a couple, and the one I'm thinking of in particular didn't even make it through the year, left partway through the year.
Am I remembering correctly that I believe you said our expenditure last year was around $19,000 or $20,000 total for reimbursements?
19,362.
So if we were to take that mileage rate and triple it, for example, and go to 60,000 roughly. So it wouldn't be huge, but it sounds like it would help a lot.
For expediency in not being here till 10 o'clock. It looks like we probably ought to recommend that we look at updating policy JDG or JGD, which we cannot do right now because it's not specifically on the agenda to update that policy, but obviously one we should look at because it's outdated. But we ought to look at what the board feels is the route we need to take as far as the request for transportation.
Madam J, wow. Madam, as I'm reading, Madam President, if I may, I'd like to make a motion that we allow a change in zoning so that the Wine Cup Gamble established boundaries as of today are zoned to wells.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, is there any other discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye. Oh, go ahead. Do you have
No.
discussion?
No.
Oh, you said aye. Okay, all in favor,
Who's
please say aye.
excited?
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right, the chair votes aye. And so there will be a zoning change to include the gamble, the Wine Cup Gamble, basically as one unit, zoned to wells. All right,
And thanks for sitting through the last 3 hours and 15 minutes.
That was a lot to go through for this one, yeah.
okay, we will move on to item 2.4, receipt, review, and possible approval of proposed changes to policy IFA, instructional resources, instructional materials. This is for possible action. All right, Mr. Anderson, who's leading this one?
That's me.
All right,
All right. Which one are we on? 2.4? Yeah, okay. So we have an updated version of this policy to give some history as to why we are updating this policy. On the first meeting in June, that guy, Mr. Gunter. Yes. All right. I was like, I thought I saw his face in here earlier. Mr. Gunter. I don't know if I was supposed to call him out or not, but felt right in the moment. Mr. Gunter gave a public comment and suggesting some updates, revisions to policy IFA. It's a policy that was established in 1987. I was getting ready to be 6 years old when they put this policy in place, and it has not been revised since then. He had some suggestions. This is, the review of materials and books and libraries around the country has been a topic of conversation the last couple of years. We had a little bit of requests for materials here in Elko. And I think just between things that were happening nationally and what our policy said, there were some suggestions made. You all directed me last meeting to review this policy and revise it or consider revisions based on suggestions from Mr. Gunter. We did not simply just take what he said and put it in there. We made a bunch of changes. But essentially what this does, in addition to fixing typos, which seem to exist in all of our policies from years ago, in addition to changing typos and getting some wording to be consistent with our district positions and such, we have a new policy or a revised policy, and some of the significant changes to it, because you'll notice lots of like little things here that aren't very significant. On item 3, there is a clause in there that says instructional materials shall not be excluded because of the author's race, color, religion, national origin, ancestry, disability, age, marital status. That was My bad. The next word is sex. Sex, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, or any other category protected by applicable state or federal law. So that was put in there, and you might wonder, hey, Josh, it's not like a Freudian slip. It was literally the next word. It was like prepping for, anyway. The reason that was put the way it was is that is not like things we chose to say you cannot exclude because of this. That is straight out of like, that type of clause is everywhere in NRS, right? We shall not discriminate based on blah, 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 blah. And so the other things, political or religious views, those are not typically included in those clauses. Therefore, we left it out of those clauses. So that is why that was suggested that way. The other kind of real significant one is so the committee already was a part of it was already a thing. There was already a committee in the policy. It just hadn't been convened very often. And so we tidied up the wording there, but we gave the committee very specific actions it could take. And those actions in the case of library media, for school library books and resources, we gave the committee the option to leave it in the library on open shelving, or remove it entirely from open shelving, or leave it in there, but it would that specific book would require, or movie or whatever, would require parent permission for any student to check out. So those were the three options we left or gave for decisions based on library books and resources. For instructional materials, which means textbooks that we've adopted from the state, or potentially, like ancillary or supplemental resources, there are only two options, and that's either to allow it or to deny the use. That being said, any parent, guardian at any time, if there is an instructional material that is being used within that classroom, that's farther up earlier in the policy, they have the right to request that their child not read said book. And then at which point the teacher, the administrator, the teacher, the parent / guardian engage in a discussion of why, and we come to an agreement. And if they're not going to use it, then we come up with an alternate assignment like that. That already exists within our schools. But this is very specifically for the challenging of whether we keep that material or we don't. And so there are only two options when it comes down to that. So, and then kind of one more little element is, instead of having, there's a chain of how those things would happen. And so number one is you would always, like anything else with chain of command, you start at the lowest level possible. So if there's something wrong with a teacher's material, you start with the teacher, have that discussion. Can't come to a resolution, go to the principal. Can't find a resolution, come to the director of education, whichever applies. If it's an elementary, to Candace, and if it's director of secondary, to Paul. And then at that point, they would convene the committee that is mentioned in the policy. And then from there, the committee's decision is considered final. If the person making the request is unhappy with the decision of the committee, they could appeal that decision to the board. You would make that decision. I'm left out of the process. I could assist in deciding who's on the committee, but yeah. I think that's all I have to give as context for this. So, yeah.
Okay, well, I do have two requests for public comment on this item. So I will first ask the board, would you like to discuss or have public comment first?
I'm fine with public comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, then we will start with Brent Kelly.
For the record, my name is Brent Kelly, father of two kids in Wells Combined School, 7th and 8th grade. With this policy, I believe reading, writing, arithmetic, and civics should be where our stuff lies. The only thing that I would think that any parent has any issue with is this LGBTQ, or what did you call it in the deal? Enlightenment or educational info. Who's the arbiter, or who's the decider of what is enlightenment or educational besides reading, writing, arithmetic, and civics? I think we're opening a can of worms, in my opinion. I don't think any of that has a place in public schools. That's for the parents to teach if they want gender orientation, LGBTQ stuff taught to their children. Should be reserved to the parents and the parents only. I don't think that has any place in a public education system. You guys are, in my opinion, this is opening a door for a Trojan horse of a bunch of crap that doesn't belong anywhere near the kids. Because regardless whether a parent wants them to read it or not, it's in the school. They're going to get to it, just like alcohol or drugs. We raise our kids to do what we think is right and what they should be doing, but it's there and they will dabble. So I just think we're playing with fire here.
Thank you, Brent. All right, Thomas Gunter.
Good evening. I obviously come in support of these revisions. It appears that there's been a very thorough review of these. Looks like both legal and just modernization and bring it up with kind of best practices. And I appreciate the hard work that was put into this. I did have a recommended change, and I'll be quick on this. I would appreciate the consideration for an addition subsection 10A that would state the district shall publish all decisions of the Library Media Committee. And at minimum, information to be reported would be the challenge submitted, the individuals appointed to the media committee, if necessary, and the final decision with a brief explanation as to why the committee came to that decision. And I would appreciate your consideration. I'd just like to end real quick. I know in the beginning, when I presented to this board, I mentioned not only is it important to the expansion of education, the access to information, the growth of our students, but also that there's a constitutional purpose to having this access to information. And as I was thinking about that tonight, I had a lot of time to think about it tonight. And I was thinking about, constitutional. And I was thinking about what would our founding fathers say about this? Where does this come from? Why is this so important? I started thinking about Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson, I think it's hard to find a founding father that's more ingrained in the foundation of our country and the rules and the structure of our country. Thomas Jefferson was an avid reader. He once stated, "I cannot live without books." He felt that reading books was the foundation of a proper education, and that educating people was vital to organized society. He was an original promoter of public funded education, and he founded the University of Virginia. The University of Virginia was, at the time, relatively unique because it was built around an education founded around the library. So when we ask ourselves, why is this important? That's why it's important, because for our country, for us as a society, for us to grow, develop, and be better, we have to ensure that our youth, our future, has access to the information that will help make them better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Open it up for discussion from the board.
Okay, I'll start. Couple quick questions. The Library Media Committee, is that per school? Is that for the district? Is that one for elementary, one for secondary?
Yeah, so there would be no official committee constituted of the same people, presumably any 2 times, like depending on where the material is being challenged, that would dictate, which librarian might be on the committee or might not be on the committee. Same with the teachers, same with the administrators. That it wouldn't, because if I appoint a principal, for example, and it happens to be at his campus or whatever, like there could be some biased judgment in there. So we would try to get, the relevant parties to make sure they make sense in those scenarios. So that would be why it's not a set committee for each school. It's not a set committee for the whole district. It would depend on the circumstance and what's being challenged.
So for members at large, they would just have a pool, or would you put it out to say, hey, we have a challenge, who wants to come in?
I
okay.
will not commit to either one.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the votes, is it just a simple majority, 2/3 unanimous as far as when the committee comes back? I think that needs to be clarification. It doesn't necessarily be in policy because it could be the procedures of it, but I think that needs to be
Like a regulation, an admin reg that goes into this. Okay.
something like that. Yes.
Yeah. All right.
And I also think that district employees need to be a majority of the committee. It says at least and then lists them. Theoretically, we could have, I'm looking at item number 8. Second sentence, the committee will be comprised of at least one teacher, librarian, representative of school administration, pupil as deemed appropriate, and parent/guardian selected by the superintendent. So that's at least, which indicates that there could be more than. I wouldn't want to see 10 parents to the 3 district employees. We have control over the district to a degree through you. So therefore, there needs to be, in my opinion, more district employees than non-district employees. Because I think that that's
sure.
Not that we need to decide which way they're going to be voting. However, if it's our committee, we need to have some type of
I hear what you're saying.
Control there.
Yep.
And then the last thing I have on the 3 options that you presented, open shelving. Open shelving, does that mean it's in the library, anybody can access it? Or is there a way to say, hey, we're going to put this book up tall so that the kindergartners can't get it, but a 9th grader could? Does that make sense?
That'd be option 2. B2.
Remove the book resource from the library's open shelving. Well, and I guess that's what I'm looking at is open shelving accessible to all?
Yes, you're either leaving, well, in all 3 options, it's on open shelving, but unless the kid is stealing the book or resource, they're going to have to go to the librarian to get that resource. And the librarian would then make them go through the process of checking out if it was a restricted one.
Oftentimes in bookstores and larger libraries, they take the books, they read it, and they don't actually check it out. So I guess that's what I was looking at is there a way to say?
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt you?
Thank you.
A librarian, we're talking about this, sorry, I'm just trying to process.
Yeah.
We're talking about this as if there's going to be like 17 of these in the library and oh, I don't know where what is. We don't have like any of these situations right now. And so I would imagine we will continue to have few of these exceptions, and any librarian is very familiar with their library. They would be cognizant of which resource falls into option 3, and they would just work with administration to make sure they're not letting that get into hands if that is not what the committee decided. So yeah.
Thank you. And those were the only questions. Go ahead. Sorry.
Didn't you mention kindergarten with 8th grade, like your kindergartners are going to be at an elementary school with that library? They're not going to be
I was
at a
looking
high
more at the
school
combined
library.
schools.
Okay.
I'm assuming the combined schools have one shared library?
Not necessarily. And well, I'm trying to think of all of them. Are they all separate? Because I know, well, I guess yeah, it just depends. Wells, for example, has an elementary library and they have a high school library, but I know in Jackpot, don't they all just share that's like the community library and
Public library.
Carlin shares. Yeah. So it varies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And a librarian too is going to steer the kindergartners towards their section, if you will, like,
Right.
Yep. Here's your reading level.
I just am trying to avoid, sorry, please.
Just because I know how the Crown Library is set up, and if there is a certain book or age appropriate book, and not within that age, she actually has a permission slip from the parents that they can check these books out.
Great. I was just trying to avoid the circumstance where somebody says, oh, my kindergartner came and looked at this book and he saw something that is going to traumatize him for life. I'm trying to avoid that.
Sure.
Because I'm trying to avoid the challenges proactively.
Yeah. And knowing how specials work, and I guess she's a great person to be talking to because she was the library media specialist at Mountain View last year. They oftentimes, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but when the majority of elementary kids' exposure to the library is during library specials. And oftentimes when they come in, they have already like, here are the books, you're like sometimes they'll have like a cart, like here are the ones you can choose from. Here is the area that you're going to be in. And they just, that's where they are.
Out of the chapter books, let's go.
Because they're just walking around looking at pictures and the covers of books, right? And so you get them back where they need to be for their reading level, and presumably those are age appropriate. And
When was the last time a book was challenged in the district? What's that?
How long ago?
My oldest is junior this year. She was in 6th grade.
So 5 years? At least for that one.
They were both library resources, not like classroom novels or something. Okay.
Pictures of inappropriate body parts and words that were very inappropriate that went along with it. All they said was, okay, we won't want to check it out. But it stayed right in the library.
Okay, that was all the questions I had. Mr. Kelly, in regards to your comments, I hear what you're saying. If we do nothing with this policy, it still allows enlightenment. I hear what you're saying, but in 1987, I don't think the same issues we're dealing with now were there, and enlightenment was there. We would have to strike that altogether. And honestly, if we're taking enlightenment out, then we lose the ability to have kids have free choice at all. And and for that matter, have instructional professionals lose free choice of what they can teach. And I don't think that that's the route we want to go either, because then we start deciding who gets to decide. And that's a pendulum that's going to continue to swing.
And I'll just add one more comment if I can. The way instructional materials within the context of this policy are established, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. If we're talking about the primary textbook for any content area, which are much more expansive than reading, writing, arithmetic, and civics, we teach a lot of classes that go outside the realms of those 4 that I just mentioned. The primary textbook, it comes from a list of approved ones that we can choose from the state. That's about a year ago. I gave that presentation. So there's a list that we choose from, and a committee of teachers, and those things are presented for parents to see. Like, there's a whole elaborate process, which I'm not going to spend much time talking about, but that's how those are chosen. Any supplemental materials to the primary text for a classroom, those are selected by the teacher who is teaching that content. They are the expert in that content, and will choose supplemental materials as they see fit. And then from the library perspective, the librarian is the curator, so to speak, of what goes in the library.
So I will just say item 7, where it talks about, if a parent or a guardian wishes to challenge anything, it is actually easier now to challenge an item with the way it's written into the policy, where it says, you can make such a request in writing on the public complaint form available on the district's website. Everyone has access to the district website. So it is much simpler to access than it used to be to have to go to the building principal. And as a parent, I know there are things my kids hear and see at school that I don't want them to hear or see. I know that every day, which is why as a parent, I teach them what I believe is right at home. And I know they're going to be exposed to things I don't want them exposed to. But if I choose to have my child in public education, I also know that's a choice I'm going to make to educate my children at home and tell them, help them understand things I believe to be right. So I think we look at, Mr. Kelly, looking at this policy, you have concerns about specific things being included, but depending on who is doing the censoring of, materials, you could have someone who goes in and says, well, I don't want the Bible to be available. And you could have someone who goes in and says, I don't want stuff with LGBTQ available. So everyone has the right to, say, hey, I don't want this available, and it can go to a committee, and it can be discussed. And there's potential that something couldn't be available, but maybe in some cases you would say, but I do want that available. And so a policy like this, which protects our instructional program and the materials that are provided, is a protection for all, not just one group. So I understand where there can be concerns on this, but I also understand if you look at it from a different perspective, and if you're saying, well, I want this or I don't want this, somebody else might have the exact opposite perspective. And this policy helps to protect everybody and give everybody the opportunity to, say, hey, I don't want that, or I do. So I think this is a policy that needs to be updated. And I think it's important that we do look at these changes, and perhaps we need to look at a few more revisions before we vote on it. There have been a couple suggestions, or maybe the board is ready to vote. What's the pleasure of the board?
Well, I would just remark real quick, though, that I wish my son's internet access had the same restrictions. Because the amount of dangerous material out there is exponentially bigger than when I was a kid. And I know what I got into. So it's scary out there, and you're right. We need to teach them at home. We need to give them those values and instill those, habits, teach good habits and knowing what's right and wrong. But I believe this policy is a good step in that direction and provides a good and fair forum for things to be looked at and decided upon a whole. I liked it. It's not on a specific passage, but on the work as a whole, because I know in high school, I really enjoyed a lot of my Kurt Vonnegut novels, and those were controversial, to say the least, but I still to this day, I'm glad I've read all those things. So anyway, yeah, I'm in support of the policy, but I'd like to, if there's any revisions, it'd be nice to look at that. Overall, I think it looks good.
Madam Chair, I think we should vote on this evening. School starts in less than a week. And given the climate across the country and many other areas, as you mentioned, this does make it easier for for parents. I think that it cleans things up. I'd rather see it passed tonight so that it's in place before school begins. We can come back and review very easily any additional changes, just like we can with any other policy. And to that regard, I'd like to move that we approve the proposed changes to policy IFA, instructional resources, instructional materials.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Can I just,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Susan.
No, go ahead.
I have a question, I guess, from public comment from Mr. Gunter, and I did listen, but now if, what were the three things at the end? Like one of them, you wanted the parent. It was like you wanted them named, like the book.
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm not asking for the identity of any parent or group that
That's
asked
what I
for
wanted
it.
to make sure.
No, I specifically was the challenge itself. The decision made by the committee and a brief description as to why that decision was made. And if need be, because the committees, as we are tonight, would change based on that specific challenge, maybe the individuals that participated in that committee. And the only reason I brought that to attention, I was thinking about transparency, and all those. I agree that this update is necessary, and if it goes forward tonight without any amendments, I'm 100% on board. I was just thinking about the transparency aspect and what I could add to maybe further consideration, or if an amendment is available on the motion, then that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for repeating that for me.
All right, any other discussion?
So I just want to throw out, things are changing. We've all said this throughout the country. We can't sit here and hide in Elko County and say we're some rural county that's not going to see this stuff. Doesn't mean that it needs to be there available. Okay. It sounds like we've got librarians that are very smart at what they do. We've put policy in place. We've put parents in place. We put teachers and administrators in place. We can't just sit here and say, oh, we're this rural county. This is never going to show up. As a matter of fact, if I remember right, it has shown up. And so we're just updating a policy rather than sticking our heads in the sand. So things are changing. We kind of have to move with those, or else we're behind in many things. And so this is something that I think needs to happen. Now, on the other side of that coin is parents that take their duties seriously and that they have discussions with them. There's plenty of discussions I've had with my children that I don't agree with what they're saying. And in my household, they probably won't be doing some of those things, but when they become adults, we've had that conversation. They're just not released out into the public without having a conversation about things. So that's just my general comment on the whole thing.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion before we vote? All right, all in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye and the motion carries. Item 2.5 is receipt, review, and possible approval of proposed changes to policy JDAB, student discipline, safe and respectful learning environment, discrimination based on race, bullying, and cyberbullying of students prohibited. Mr. Allen.
So this is just an update to the policy coming from the discussion we had and the vote you guys did last week on the legislation that passed. A lot of it is just language adding the racial discrimination part that the state required us to. There's also a section that we had to address because of NRS putting an appeal. If a kid's found guilty of bullying, we put in an appeal process where that appeal would come then to secondary students, would come to myself. Elementary students would go to Candace, and talking with Rob, that made the most sense since that's kind of how every appeal works. If something that's done at those levels, it comes to one of us.
All right, any questions from the board or for Mr. Allen?
I just want to add in before you discuss, because maybe I'll help answer any questions if you have them, is literally, so you're going to notice that all throughout this document, the primary changes are where wording such as discrimination based on race, those are 100% requirements that come from statute. We had an awesome presentation during our 2 days of admin training from Ann Alexander, who she's a legal counsel, contracted often with Pool Pact. She came and gave us a great presentation. And this is all of the additions we've made here, with a couple exceptions, are absolute requirements from NRS. And then a couple other things, like I said before, typo fixing and, some defining, just so things are clear. But that's where all this comes from. Not a whole lot of change in practice, just what we have to have in there.
Does the NRS language include the restorative justice?
Yeah, that was a part of it too.
Thank you.
Exception of it.
Yep. And remember, this is a big policy. Like, this is an 18-page policy about creating the safe and respectful learning environment. So it's discrimination, it's bullying, it's cyberbullying. Unfortunately, this is a huge part of every administrator's site administrator's day. That this is to create that environment so kids can learn, making sure kids are free to be there and be who they are and not be scared to go to school because of fear of discrimination or bullying or cyberbullying. So it's our duty as administrators to protect children.
What's disappointing about it is there's only a week of respect. Should be all year long, shouldn't it?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yep.
That shouldn't have to be taught for a week.
I can assure you it's taught more than a week. It's just the only one called the week of
We're
respect.
statutorily required to do it for
That in there.
So, yeah, there's plenty of that going on all the time.
Madam Chair, did we have public comment on this one too for Mr.
Right.
Kelly?
Yes, we do. Are there any other questions for Mr. Allen first?
The tracking of, was that part of the statute too as well? Can't remember.
I don't have it in front of me. What's the language say?
I got you covered
Okay.
here. There's a part
16, it's on page 12. It goes from, or 10 into 11.
Yes.
16.
So at the very end of that section, it states incidents of discrimination based on race shall be categorized as a racially incident on the appropriate system, which for us is Infinite Campus, to track pupil information used by the school. That was a requirement. Yes. And the same requirement exists for, because essentially that's an incident, right? It's a behavior incident, and we log all behavior incidents at Infinite Campus. So it's not that it's specifically because it's discrimination based on race, but all our behavior incidents already get logged anyway. So it's not a change in practice.
And we already send quarterly reports to the state that include all the bullying incidents. So all of this stuff would have been included in those reports last year. It's just because they chose to add NRS specific to the racial discrimination that we had to make those changes in the language.
I figured. Thank you.
I had no other questions for
Okay.
Mr. Allen.
Thanks, Mr. Allen. Mr. Kelly, you wish to make a comment on this one as well?
Brent Kelly again. Just don't like the idea of granting the premise that our kids are being jackasses because they're racially motivated. And we're all created equal by our creator. Boys and girls created in his image, right? So that's just another an image bearer of God being a jackass to another image bearer of God. Also, in having to do with discrimination, the Title IX, I hope parents are listening and paying attention to what's going on. Because also to take federal funding, we have to adopt Title IX that, per the school's website, very vaguely touches over discrimination. But you look into Title IX, it goes into the policy description protects transgender students from discrimination on the basis of gender identity, sexual orientation, or transgender status. This includes use of restrooms, locker rooms, sports, etc. I encourage parents to look into this. This is a bunch of shenanigans that's getting passed through right before school. It's no good. And if you don't like it, running for school district 7, we need a backbone here. You guys quit being chameleons. That's what we've been doing for the last 2 years. We've chameleoned our way through COVID, now through this. We're not sticking our heads in the sand. We're growing a backbone. We're standing up. These are our children.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Any other discussion on this?
So I do have some concerns on the tracking that Dr. Byers had brought up. From a procedure standpoint, I would agree with Mr. Kelly in that there are things that sometimes somebody says something and all of a sudden at my old age, I'm like, well, I didn't realize that was racially insensitive because I, used the word Kleenex. And how did I know that Kleenex was now white power? I don't know. So I'm concerned that it now gets tracked. So procedurally, I think that there needs to be those instances where people are ignorant with the true meaning of the word and unknowing rather than ignorant in a jackass manner. I think if people are being ignorant, then there's a problem. And that should be something that goes in through restorative justice. I also hear what you're saying on Title IX. It's good to see you. I appreciate you showing up in person. First time we've seen you at this meeting, at least since I've been here that I'm aware of. And Title IX is a federal thing. We can't do a whole lot about that. So I agree. I would like to see people get more involved. I hope parents are listening. Elect congressmen and senators or members of Congress and senators that will not pass these type of laws. At the Elko County School District, we don't have control over Title IX federal jurisdiction. Can we choose not to take the money? Absolutely. Let's cut the budget even further and have more problems. That's the only option. So those are my concerns. From a procedural standpoint, I think that there's a difference between somebody saying something, and I would hate to have that follow a kindergartner through the rest of their school life. And have trust that our professionals will be understanding of that.
I'm glad you got to what you said at the end, because I was about to get into you a little bit, Matt. I would like to see people give our administrators credit for what they do and how well they do it. We have a very thorough investigation process when it comes specifically to bullying or cyberbullying, and this falls under the same exact process. And so the threshold to determine that absolutely was an incident of discrimination based on race, it would have to meet a lot of criteria for someone to say, yes, that absolutely qualifies as that. So there wouldn't be just snapshot judgments on that. Any type of bullying investigation is exhaustive and takes quite a long time. And I trust in the conclusion that our administrators come to based on all the evidence they acquire throughout an investigation. That's my answer to your concern.
And I appreciate it going on record. That was all I was looking for. Much obliged.
All right, any other comments from the board?
I just have a question, very arbitrary. Hopefully someone can throw some things out. Let's say that we do, throw out Title IX and go against the NRS, the Nevada Revised Statute that's been elected. What's the consequences of throwing those out?
I was going to say, as we saw previously, violating state law or federal law results in consequences that are civil up to criminal and certainly removal from office, at which point, who knows who would be sitting up here. 2 weeks ago, the special interim committee on education had a meeting specifically discussing appointment of school boards versus elected school boards. And that's because we have people that are challenging school boards and people on school boards, and it's not just school boards, but it's all across elected boards and bodies. They're doing things that are illegal, that aren't under the state of, or under the law that governs this country and this state. And because of that, they're removed. That's the consequence of where we are. We need to elect people that agree with the decisions or the policies, the procedures, the passions that we have. I can't say that strongly enough. That's 100%. Why we have voting. But to answer your question bluntly, they get removed.
Yeah. How about for our professionals? How about for our professionals? What happens to their licenses?
If you act again, so we are a public school. We are a state public school guided by state and federal law. And so in essence, like in a nutshell, we would cease to be a public school at that point if we just decided we're not doing any of this state and federal stuff. You're talking about being a private school that is not bound by statute and laws, all of them anyway. So that's kind of the big picture. You asked about licenses. Anything that you do that goes against NRS for schools and would violate Title IX, for example, like a violation of Title IX by an educator would constitute a loss of your license. So that would.
I can tell you I'd lose my license if I went against Nevada Revised Statute, because all licensure in the state of Nevada comes at the pleasure of the governor, who then appoints other members to oversee that. So again, not within our realm here. I'm sorry if I've wasted some of the board's time, but I just want to make sure it's on record that, again, those things are not at the pleasure of this board, but other boards. So please follow Matt's advice and elect people at levels that can change those.
And if we thought COVID distance education learning in a hybrid model was difficult, let's see what happens when we have no licensed teachers. Just throwing that out there. So yeah, I think responsible, respectful leadership needs to be elected.
All right, any other discussion? How would the board like to proceed?
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve the proposed changes to policy JDAB.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye and the motion carries. Item 2.6 is receipt, review, and possible permission to go out to bid for the Adobe Middle School boiler replacement. All right. Stephen, go for it.
So if you guys want a little bit of background on it, Adobe boilers are at the end of their lifespan. With age, they organically just need more maintenance. And through our preventative maintenance and safety checks on these systems, it's been recommended by third-party companies that come and do those inspections for us, that are licensed to work on them, that these be replaced. So, yeah.
All right. Any questions?
What's the age?
What's that?
What's the age of the boilers?
15 years. 15 years. They have like about a 10-year life cycle.
So we squeezed a few more years out.
We
That's
did.
great.
We're going from 3 boilers to 2 because of efficiencies.
Well, I guess when you weigh all the pros and cons of it, that seems to be the best option as of right now. That design might change once we go into full design on this, but that was a recommendation.
I just didn't want to have to come back in a couple of years and say we don't have capacity.
Oh, no, same capacity, just less boilers.
And this is pay as you go?
Yes, it is. And it was, yeah, it was already a project that was on the list.
Madam Chair, move to grant permission to go out to bid for the Adobe Middle School boiler replacement.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye and the motion carries. All right, item 3.1 is our consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye and the consent agenda is approved. Item 4.1 is a report from our NASB director.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add. It was fun watching the last meeting though. We figured out Josh was the backup and that I'm always here and always prepared, but there's really not much to add on that I haven't mentioned in previous meetings, other than that I'm all booked for the 9th and 10th down in Las Vegas for the meeting and for the training session. And I'll be reporting back to you on that when that concludes. But I believe we do have one more meeting. Do we or not? No, the meeting's right after.
Yeah, the meeting's after.
So yeah, next meeting, I will have a report for you from that conference.
Excellent, thank you. All right, we will move to, oh, hold on, did I miss anything? All right, nope. We'll move to item 4.2, items from board members. I'm just going to warn you all, it's a little late. Keep your comments
I
short.
don't have a lot to say. I just want to say to our educators, to our administrators, to our staff, good luck. We are behind you. We appreciate, well, I think I speak for the board, but certainly I know I am behind you. So yes, I think the whole board is behind you. We appreciate what you do. We are here for you. We are here for a solid education of our children, and we appreciate you very much. I think I've spoken enough. I did want to clarify our next meeting is the 13th of September.
Yeah.
Great. I was afraid I was going to be on a cruise. Looks like you're stuck with me.
Does anyone else have anything they'd like to?
I'll just jump in real quick. I
Okay,
wanted
go,
to
Jeff.
apologize for missing last meeting. I made that commitment when I was appointed to be here for every meeting, whether it was virtually, and things just happened to where it was too loud. I was able to watch the meeting, but there was no way I could participate. And I do want to apologize because that is a commitment I've made, and so far I've been perfect attendance until now. But I did review all the things in that meeting, and I think everything was addressed great. And I really have nothing to add because a lot of it carried over to this meeting, especially with the 4-day.
Is flogging considered bullying?
But anyway, and just a big thank you for everybody again that put that presentation together and that has come and that has taken the time to participate in this meeting. This has been one of the more fulfilling ones. I know it's longer and I'll keep this short, but seeing the public coming out and, school's starting and everything is starting to gear up. I think we're through this summer and I'm excited for what lies ahead. That's all I have.
Thanks, Jeff. Anybody else?
I do.
I turned into a pumpkin about 9 o'clock.
All right, Susan.
I'll hurry. I agree with Matt and Jeff. Welcome back to teachers and staff, those that have come back, those that have worked all summer. And I appreciate the presentation from the teachers and just a thought. This is why we need licensed professionals, because I know there's been talk, just let anybody go in and teach, like just put them in there, have some bodies, and it's more than that. So I think they've really shown that we need qualified teachers. I visited the RISE program briefly as they were having that. It was exciting. They were all smiling. Their brains were full of all the knowledge that was being put into it. So it was fun to just kind of say hello to them. And just to let you know, the STARS program is funded. Have some posters made that are going to be sent out to schools to try to get more parents and students to nominate people. So
Is that funded for the year or just the
Yes.
first few?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you to whoever helped fund it.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Anderson helped.
I'm gonna keep it real super short. So thank you for to all the teachers, administrators, everyone up here in this office. You guys are what makes this happen. Good luck to the students out there. Stay focused. And thank you for the teachers for bringing the presentation. It's always nice when we have folks come up and they talk to us about things and they give us ideas, and then we can talk with them, and there are things that we can do on this board. And so I appreciate that too as well. And I will sign off.
All right, thanks, Josh. And
I had one thing
Go
I'd
ahead, Jeff.
forgotten.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No, you're
We had a public comment and I spoke to her earlier about this too, Mrs. Lutz, about the ticket sales regarding sports. And I would just like to say that I feel like it's very important that we open it up to both cash and so we have options. I have some older folks that don't really like using the online ticketing. So I think it's important that we keep that option. And we talked about that earlier, but I just wanted to mention that because I told her I would be bringing that up in my comments. Thank you.
It's good to have multiple options. And as I attend lots of activities, it is great to sometimes be able to do digital and sometimes be able to do cash. So I appreciate that. And again, echo everything everybody said. Good luck. School starts on Monday. I have some excited, maybe not excited kids at my house, depending on the moment. So this is going to be a great year. Looking forward to a little more normalcy. That being said, I've already attended some school events because athletics start before school. And just a warning, I will be gone several times because my daughter is a senior. They have several Tuesday night volleyball games, and I will be listening, but I will be cheering my daughter on because I think my number one job is to be a mom and to cheer on my daughter. And I hope that everyone else feels like that's their number one job too, is to take care of your kids, take care of your students, be a parent. If you've got kids, if you're just a mentor to somebody in your neighborhood, be good at it. Go watch those kids and support them. So just letting you know, I'll be gone a few times through volleyball season to watch and support my daughter, as well as be all over the place watching other events. And that is all I have. So we will move to item 5.1, our superintendent's report. And Mr. Anderson, I will warn you, it is late. You can keep it short.
Telling me not to report on anything, or
I got the
Brief
same
report.
warning. She just didn't address me by name, but it was directed at me.
I will keep it short. So thank you to the Family and Community Engagement Center. They distributed 70 backpacks full of school supplies they thought they were going to be doing it for a couple of days and they were out in a few hours. So they distributed those to people who sorely need them. If anyone was unable to participate in that and was hoping they could, please reach out to your counselor at your school and we will make sure to still take care of you. But good job, Cassie Stalky. Looking at you, kid. All right. Thank you to NGM and all the community partners who helped with the bike rodeo event we had at Adobe last Friday. Awesome. Just want to, as school safety, I don't feel like I can not talk about the school safety concern. There are lots, that's still a hot button topic. I just want to assure people that we are doing many things. A lot of that stuff costs money. We are in the process of securing multiple grants that would help us make things better, would help us get cameras at all of our schools, limited entry and scanned entry at single or limited entry points. We're looking into funding additional SROs for our communities and constantly reviewing and coordinating with local emergency response entities on our EOP, our emergency operation plans. So those are happening. School safety is paramount, and I don't want anyone to think that we've forgotten what these concerns were a couple months ago. We're still forging ahead with things we're trying to accomplish. To respond to a couple of public comments, I need to clarify that ECSD at no point, at least since I've been the voice of ECSD, has at no point proposed hybrid or virtual school as a solution for the teacher and sub shortage. I'm not sure how that got out. Maybe that's from teachers worrying that was going to be the case, saying it to parents and parents saying, oh, ECSD said it. At no point has that been part of the conversation. We do not intend on using that as a solution. And then from the ticketing question that was brought up earlier in a comment and that you said, we have not directed any school to go solely with the virtual or digital ticketing options. Those cash options are still available through schools. I would encourage anyone who is concerned about that to speak directly to the administrators of those schools, as that is always the most preferable solution to a problem at a site, is to work with the people at that site. Last thing, and I will be quick, I promise, but I am reporting on something from a long, long time ago. And that is that my good buddy Ira, see, he wants to go, but he's excited. I just got a thumb up. I can stop now if you want, Ira. I can do this. All right. So it says the word proposal, but I'm not asking for permission or approval. I'm letting you know what we're doing as far as getting you student board members. And this comes after conversations, your feedback, me talking to principals. So not going to read it all, but those are the kind of the reasons we're doing this, what we're trying to accomplish. This is posted so you can see this. I won't read it all. Relevant information is it has to be a kid in our high school. They can be less than 18. That was a question. Do they have to be 18? And then they are going to be appointed by site administrators at the respective schools according to the criteria that's here. We will also direct administrators to have alternates in case the selected student cannot make it. We are recommending that they be at least 11th or 12th grade. They must have a minimum GPA cumulatively of 2.5. There should be some proven history of civic engagement, whether it's community involvement or otherwise, someone who's a good candidate to represent the school. Proven kind of ability to have good communication skills, and then be able to commit to the meeting schedules and times. The main thing we tossed around with this was how do we decide how many kids, that sort of thing. And it kind of was determined that we would like to give that opportunity to everyone, especially when we go to outlying schools, to have a student from that school be a representative, which kind of then made us think, well, how often do we have what kids go where? So I'm willing to take suggestions, but this is where I've landed. And that is that, so obviously the responsibility to attend all assigned meetings, except for closed sessions, they're not allowed in those. They are a non-voting board member. They should be representing the voice of all students equally and not their own interests. They should be prepared for all meetings, just like you all do spectacularly. They should look at those things ahead of time and be ready to discuss intelligently what we're discussing. And we're looking at having several students, 6 to be precise, from the Elko Spring Creek area would serve a term of 2 meetings. They'd get a couple goes, and then at every single outlying area, they would get a meeting as well. There's a schedule that details what kids would come from where. So we would work with the administrators. I would work with the administrators at each of those schools to make sure they have a student representative. And where you see the Elko High School / Spring Creek High School, there would be 6, probably a 3-and-3 situation. So they'd each get their opportunity. That's what it'll look like. And unless you have any questions, I'm just letting you know that's what we're doing. Ira, is that to your satisfaction? All right.
Looks good.
That's fantastic.
Perfect. So that is it for me, unless someone has a question about this or anything else.
We love your updates. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I don't
And
feel
I'm
like you do right now.
excited.
Just kidding.
We're excited about the student board member.
Yes.
I think that's a great addition for our students to have that opportunity.
Yep.
All right. Unless there's any guidance or questions for Mr. Anderson, we'll move. Okay. We'll move on to item 6.1, which is approval of the accounts payable.
I move to approve accounts payable for August 20.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, abstentions, disclosures on that particular item? All right. Looks like no questions. All in favor of approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair votes aye, and that portion of the accounts payable are approved.
Move to approve Wells Rural accounts payable August 23, 2022.
All right.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I will disclose that I have a family member who is employed by Wells Rural Electric, so I will be abstaining. All in favor of approving the Wells Rural accounts payable, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Chair abstains and the motion carries. Item 7.1 is a final opportunity for public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to stay longer and comment? We would love to hear from you. If not, we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you for being with us this evening.